Yes, yes. Welcome, welcome. We are live and in living color on the Manager Marty channel, the name of our show here on the platform, as you all may know, Roll the Tape. This is the Roll the Tape show. We are here live. I welcome all of you that are joining us live right now and in the living color. All of you who will be watching the replay of this live. I welcome you as well. Those of you who have been sent over here, oh yes, to spy on Manager Marty in the chat, we welcome you. If you are here in the chat, salute to you. And I welcome you as well in the chat. Those of you that are going to comment in the comment section below when you are watching the replay of this broadcast, I welcome you as well. As I always say in the preliminary stages of every live broadcast, you do not have to dust your feet off when you come into my live, nor do you have to ring the doorbell because the door is already unlocked and open for you, and all of you are welcome. Let me say this as well, and I'm going to start saying this repeatedly in the subsequent lives that I'm going to broadcast. I don't do this for the looks. I don't do this for the likes. I do this for the licks. You dig? So salute to everybody in the chat. We are going to have a wonderful evening of the sport of boxing and the business of boxing as we discuss some topics. And we got a live show. I see that the numbers are increasing. Y'all know my word I'm gonna say after the word increasing, right? You've guessed it, exponentially. And the viewership is popping. I see that the chat is popping. Salute to everybody in the chat once again. We're going to discuss the Adrien Broner-Don King deal. We're going to talk about that. We're also going to talk about Gervonta Davis and how he became the A side and how he is the A side and how Mayweather Promotions name is listed on BoxRec right now as we speak, being a part of the negotiations and even a part of the promotion of the fight between Gervonta Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia. We're going to talk about the Terence Crawford versus Alexis Rocha purse bid. I think we're 2 days out. I think this Sunday will be the 20th day, according to the WBO's documentation that they sent via email to the legal representation of um, Terrence Buck Crawford, and then of course Golden Boy Promotions, Eric Gomez to be exact, uh, that represents Alexis Rocha, and then we will have a special guest that will come and grace us with her presence, none other than the one and the only Rachel Donaire, and most of you already know exactly who she is. She and her husband, Nonito Donaire, four division world champion, future Hall of Famer. Um, you know, she has been an incredible um, and reliable resource with regards to the business of boxing, not just before this audience, but on other platforms here in the YouTube boxing community. And her husband also have their own YouTube channel. And so I will allow her to welcome you all to her and her husband's channel so that you all can subscribe. Great content over there that the Donaires are putting out. And we're going to have a great show this evening. We're going to talk more about the business side of boxing, incorporated with all of the things in the description and even in the title. So, I look forward to engaging with you all in the chat. And also, I learned something about the last broadcast on Tuesday evening. Man, the last broadcast was on fire. If y'all missed it on Tuesday evening, y'all can go back and watch the replay. We had some heavy hitters on our panel um, Tuesday evening. And I look forward to a great panel again tonight. And here's the thing that I love about uh, my channel and even the channels on YouTube, period, in the boxing community. Most of the times that we have panels, they're not rehearsed. I know on this channel, we don't rehearse panels. We have no, most of the time I don't ask people in advance to just come on a panel. I just put the link, in the chat, like most of the other YouTube channels, and then we just start air frying. So I look forward to having a good panel again. Anyone that wants to join the panel later on in the segment of this show, I look forward to it. And so we're going to have a great evening of talking about some good boxing and the business of boxing. If someone in the chat can please give me a mic check 1 2. I always like to make sure uh, that the audio is clear, that you all can hear me, that the audio is clear enough so that we all can enjoy the audio in such a way where we don't hear any crackling noises in the background. I mean, you might hear a neighbor's dog in the background, unfortunately. But other than that, I just want to make sure the audio is clear, and then I'll do another uh, visual check when I open up the camera to make sure that you all can see me clearly, so that we all can enjoy the experience of having quality visual and audio. So if someone in the chat can please let me know if you can hear me, if you want to say loud and clear, if you just want to say yes, uh, please do so now so that we can continue on to the show. I see the viewership is still slowly but surely coming along. And here's the thing, I don't have to keep saying this every live because you all have been a part of YouTube's boxing community longer than I have. So you guys and ladies already know, please hit the like button if you feel free to. I'm not going to force you or keep on repeating myself about it, because I believe that most people that come onto the channel are supporters of the channel. And so yeah, I'm excited about this evening, and I see somebody in the chat said that the audio is good, and so I'm glad to hear that. And so I'm ready to take over. I'm ready to take over and start rolling the tape, man. That's what I'm ready to do. Salute to everybody in the chat. Again, somebody said that my audio can be better. Oh man, my audio not good. Audio can be, maybe it's my voice. Should I project my voice louder? Because I definitely can. I'm a loud talker by nature. Um, yeah, man. Let's talk about some boxing real quick. Yeah, let's get to some boxing. Before we do that, though, let me welcome the new audience that just started to come in. I want to let you know that your viewership is appreciated, irregardless of your reasons of coming over to the live broadcast. I welcome you. If you are watching the replay of this live, I welcome you as well. And we're going to have a great evening of boxing. And we're going to talk about the sport and business of boxing. I'm hearing that there's a slight echo somewhere in the audio. I apologize for that if there's a slight echo. Salute to everybody in the chat that's acknowledging me and acknowledging others that are in the chat. Let's get to some boxing. Let's start off with the fact that we only 1 week away. 1 week, 8 days in particular, if math serves me correctly, with the fight between Caleb Plant and David Benavidez. Now, in the chat and in the comment section below, did you all see the Showtime's the Showtime's segment of both fighters? Did any of y'all see that? Anybody see the segment on Showtime between uh, Benavidez and Plant? Did y'all see that? It's on YouTube now, and I believe it's on Showtime if you have the app. Anybody see that? I got some questions about that. All right, one person said they didn't see it. Somebody else in the chat said that they did see it. Anybody else? Yeah, all access. Thank you, Shot Town's finest. This was the first episode. Yep, all access on Showtime. Yeah, what y'all think about that? Let's communicate about it since we're preliminary stages of the live. If you are new to the channel, if you're new to the channel, I want to share this with you. There's going to be things that you probably have never heard of before. There are things that you are going to learn that you may not have known before you've been exposed to this channel. So I welcome you. If you're new to the channel, feel free to subscribe to the channel. Anyone that's coming into the chat, anyone that's coming into the viewership of this live, I encourage you to click on the like button. Yes, yes, yes. So this information, this wisdom, this knowledge, this education and entertainment can reverberate all across the world. So the question right now we're asking is, did anyone see the All Access episode 1 of Caleb Plant and David Benavidez? I would love to hear your feedback because we need answers. I have some questions. We need answers. If you're new to the live broadcast, let me say this too, because I think this is as equally as important so that you all can know what to expect. The way I format my live content, I actually format it the way I would if I was promoting a boxing event. I actually format it the way that I would if I was expecting to go to a restaurant. And what I mean by that is this. When you go to a restaurant, right? When you're seated, of course, we all know the protocol. We all know the procedures. You get served bread and water first, right? And then the appetizer. And then what's next? The entree. And then if you're not that filled, dessert. So that's how I format my segments in my live broadcast. So this is why you might hear me talk about something as a soft question, such as, did anyone see the All Access between David Benavidez and Caleb Plant? And that's the bread and water. Then as time progresses, you'll see that the air fryer begins to turn up and get hotter and higher, hotter and hotter. So then we go to the appetizer, and then after that, the main meal or the entree. Okay, so let's engage with that. Let's engage with that for a brief minute. I want the chat to go ahead and engage. What's your thought process on that All Access? Y'all can engage on that for a few seconds. Yeah, what y'all think about the bad blood between Caleb Plant and David Benavidez? Man, they look like they was about to fight right outside the hotel. What y'all think about that? Let's engage in the chat. Come on, let's talk about it. All right, y'all. Yep, yep. I see y'all in the chat. Let's talk about it real quick. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Let's talk right about it. Man, I mean, they look like they were, even even senior Jose Benavidez Sr. was throwing some shots at Breadman, it looked like, you know. Um, and even Breadman played it cool. You know what I mean? I'm not going to spill the beans for those of you that did not watch the All Access. But even Breadman, he spilled the beans. He spilled the beans when it comes down to just maintaining professional. When I say he spilled the beans, I'm talking about I won't spill the beans and let you know the things that he said, but he spilled the beans on how to maintain professionalism even under that type of pressure. And it's going to be a good fight. And I believe all week, we all should be anticipating a good fight, coming up next Saturday. You know, um, it's going to be definitely a good fight. Salute to Diana. I see you in the chat. Ed 1050, I see you in the chat as well. Salute, salute. Who else we got? Chi Town's finest in the chat. I just want to just acknowledge a few people real quick. Undercard, boxing. Salute to you as well. Right now. Yeah, man, listen. Oh, my boy Byron here? Yep. Byron Bradley in the building. One of my day ones. Salute to you. Peace and blessings to you, Byron Bradley. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Oh, man, we're going to have a good show. Indeed. Yeah, this is going to be a fight. It's going to be a fight for the ages. I don't think this is like an underrated chicken talk. I see you. Chicken talk in the chat. Bruce Gas, boxing, jazz, and more. I see you in the chat. Salute. So this fight right here though is definitely going to be a good fight. I don't think this is one of those fights where it's going to be just like a 12-round shutout. I think both guys are going to come in and they're going to put on their best performance. I believe that. I definitely believe that. Um, I think the episode could have been a little bit. I just wanted to be a little bit more entertaining, so to speak. I guess because of my expectation level. Y'all know me. I usually don't take this long to show my face on the live broadcast. I ain't scared to show the face. Got to make sure we show face because you're live in living color here with Manager Marty. Those of you that are just entering into the live, as I always say, you do not have to take your shoes off when you enter into the live. You don't have to dust your feet off. You don't have to ring the doorbell. You don't have to do any of that. The door is already unlocked. Door is already open. Just come on in, have a seat, enjoy yourself. If you want to take notes, because you will learn some things that you did not know about the sport and the business of boxing every time you encounter this channel. Yeah, take out a notepad and a pen. Let's just learn together. Let's educate each other. Let's entertain each other. See, this channel is about education and entertainment. Salute to you, Aaron H. Muhammad. Salute to you in the chat. Yeah, so we're talking about the episode, the All Access episode between Caleb Plant and David Benavidez. And we're gonna see what's going. Listen, because you know what I like. Oh, and I want to say this: what I did like about it. I like how both Plant and Benavidez they stayed true to their character. You know what I mean? Shout out to Martell Coleman, all the way from Chicago. I see you in the chat. Salute. They stayed in character. Plant, he always has a calm disposition about himself. He didn't, let David take him out of his character. And then David Benavidez, he's always on 10. He's always turned up. So, like I said on Tuesday night, and I'll say it again this evening, hopefully Benavidez don't come into the ring, and transfer those emotions into the ring and being so aggressive and angry where he, gets off of his game plan. And, once he get off of his game plan, that could be to his detriment because Caleb Plant can counter that, so it's going to be a good fight. I just wanted that first episode to be just a little bit more entertaining, but of course the production value for Showtime is always awesome. So, got to give credit where it is due. Yeah, so can you Detroit JJ Express all the way from Detroit in the building? Salute. So we got Chicago, Detroit. I know we got Texas somewhere in here. We got some Philadelphia in here. Even if you're not in the chat, I know you're watching. Oh yes, we got people all across the world. The UK. Shout out to the UK, the Philippines, Canada. I'll be checking my analytics. You know what I mean? So we be having people all across the world just tuning into the live broadcast, even the published content throughout the week. Carolina's in the building. Man, we're going to start doing, we checking, what we're going to do? We're going to do a city and state check-in in our lives. That's what we're going to start doing. I see Cincinnati in the house. Harrisburg is in the building. Who else is here? Yeah, that's what we're going to start doing. We're going to start checking in with each other. I saw another. Did I say Carolina already? I probably did. If I didn't, I'm going to say it again. Carolina's in the building. Rhode Island is in the house. Dallas, Texas is here. Long Island, New York is here. Come on, Philly. I knew my people was going to be here from Philly. Hey, Maryland is in the building. Yeah, we're going to start checking in. Yeah. That's what we're going to start doing. We're going to start doing a little check-in. We're going to let that be a part of our bread and water on the lives from now on. Oh, yeah. Cincinnati by way of Detroit. Baltimore is in the house. The Valley in Texas is here. Yeah, this is how we're going to turn it up. That's going to be a part of our bread and water, y'all. Baltimore in the house again. Yeah, that's how we're going to do. We're going to start checking in with each other. Yeah, let's get familiar with each other. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's not about where you're from, it's where you're at. That's what I'm saying. Yes. Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. I see the viewership. Those numbers are increasing exponentially. Now I would love for the likes to increase as well. West Baltimore, I see you. Who else is here? Come on now. Come on now. Identify where you from. Where you at? Yeah, that's gonna be a part of our bread and water on this show. That's gonna be the part of bread. Yeah, I just started something new. Yeah. We all gonna check in. Y'all know where I'm from already. Y'all know where I'm from. I'm from Philly, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, born and raised. But I did move to Arlington, Texas too, though. So I be representing Texas and Philly. I did a lot of business ventures in Rochester, New York too. So I gotta salute Rochester, New York. Did a lot of made some money, made some good money out there. Salute to my folks out there. Yes, indeed. We here now. Yes, indeed. Yes, yes. Yes, indeed. Yes. See, this is one thing I love about the sport of boxing, y'all. It don't matter what your race is, where you're from, where you live, um, your ethnicity, your creed, whatever walk of life you come from, your religious affiliations. Boxing bring all of us together. Chi-Town's finest. I see you said I'll be in Rochester in June. Hey, Chi-Town, let me tell you something, right? Rochester is the home of the boss sauce. The boss sauce. So make sure if you get some meat or some chicken or whatever, make sure they sprinkle some of that boss sauce on there. Yeah, yeah, yes indeed. Yes indeed. Yes indeed. Who else we got in the chat? I'm trying to see what Freeze Temp just said. Crack the like in half mm. Bring me up to speed, Freeze Temp. What you mean by that? Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. So man, that's what I love about boxing, y'all. It brings all of us together. And here's the thing, we don't have to agree on everything. But the great thing about it is this: we can walk away from a disagreement understanding that we all have one thing in common, and that is what? The sport of boxing. You know what I mean? Yep. So I'm waiting for yeah, Shot Town's finest. Boss sauce. Right on, Marty. Yes, sir. New York in the building. I see you. Let's check in. Let's check in. I'm waiting for what's the name to come on. Yeah. Let's check on in. Yeah. Oh, I appreciate that freeze temp. Salute, salute. I appreciate your support. I heard you. I see you with the like button. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Yeah, yeah. So. Oh, California in the house. Larry Lopez. Hey, Larry. Hey, Larry. Let me tell you something, Larry. It's all good, Larry. We don't have to agree on everything, Larry. But I'm telling you what, Larry. I'm glad to see you. I appreciate your viewership, Larry. All the way from California. Yes, indeed. We got Jersey in the building. Man, we got Idaho, we got New York, Jersey, Cincinnati, Texas. What else? What else? Philly. We got who else was in the building? Chi-Town. You know what I mean? We don't want to leave nobody out. Everybody's here from all walks of life. No matter what your occupation is, no matter if you're self-employed, unemployed, or employed, we are all on this live together because we have one thing in common, and that's the sport of boxing. I love it. The viewership is increasing exponentially. Hey, let me say this while the viewership is increasing and the like button is being clicked as I'm talking. I know it is. If you want to support the channel, the Cash App is at the bottom of your screen. We have a icon that says Super Thanks. You can click that if you're watching a replay of this live. You can still be a part of contributing to the channel to enhance the audio, visual, and even the content in general on this channel. Michigan is in the house. DC is in the house. Jackson, Mississippi is in the house. I see you in the chat. And also, if you're in the broadcast now, You can, at any time during the broadcast, as you all know, you can do a super sticker or a super chat. And there's going to be a segment later on where we're going to accept all of those super chats. Oh, yes. But right now, you don't have to wait to that segment because we need your support right now on this channel. Okay. So at any given time you want to support, I want to tell you in advance from the bottom of my heart, I truly, truly appreciate it. And I thank you for your unwavering support on this channel. And all we're going to continue to do is grow and grow and grow. And guess what's going to happen? People that did not know certain elements involved in the business of this sport is going to be able to enjoy the content by learning something new. And so I always say this, and it's very appropriate for me to say it now. Even if just one person learn at least one thing that they have not known or learned before about the business of boxing, I promise you I'm satisfied. Okay? I'm waiting for our special guest. I don't know what the delay is, but we're going to continue to talk about the sport of boxing and the business of boxing until she get here. If you're just joining us here live, I was referring to Rachel Donaire. I am expecting her. She's going to provide us with some education from a manager's point of view. Of course, I am manager Mark, but it's always good to have another set of ears, eyes, and another set of brains and minds to be able to give you all some fresh bread. You know what I mean? Some fresh perspectives on the business of boxing, unbiasedly. So, as we're waiting for Miss Rachel, hopefully she's able to still come on in. Thank you, Diana. We're going to still move on with the segment of the show. Thank you, Diana, for your super sticker. Thank you for your contribution to the channel as always. Thank you so much, Diana. I really appreciate that. And here's the thing, you all, the thing that I love about boxing is that it's not, even though it is dominated by males, it doesn't restrict women or other genders to be a part of it. And so this is why when we see women in the chat, or we see women that comes onto the broadcast, or we see women that contribute to the channel, I always make sure that I reserve a special place for the women, because women's boxing is growing in this business, and so we need the support of our women. And so this is what I love about, all of us, all genders included. We can all be a part of the experience of boxing. And speaking of women, the special guest is here this evening. You already know who she is. Most of you do. Those of you who do not, she is a reputable, experienced boxing manager, one of the smartest women that I know in this business, a very good, brilliant business mind. She came to Philly, I think, a few weeks ago. We all kicked it together, went to the fights together. It was so great. Her husband is a 4 division world champion and future Hall of Famer, Nonito Donaire. I welcome some of you and introduce most of you to my dear friend, Rachel Donaire. What's up, Rachel? Rachel, can you hear me? Man, I didn't gave Rachel this decent introduction and she can't even hear me. Rachel, are you there? I think we have some difficulties on Rachel's end while we're trying to adjust to that. So here's the thing. Salute to you, Big Money. I see you in the chat. We're going to discuss the whole Terence Bud Crawford, Alexis Rocha purse bid. We only got 2 days left before it hit the 20-day mark, which is this Sunday. And so that's where our dear friend Rachel Donaire is going to come in, and she's going to bless us with her knowledge and her presence of this topic. And we got some other topics that we want to talk about rather, while we have the presence of Rachel. Rachel, can you hear me now?
I could hear you. You couldn't hear me.
Oh no, I gave you this dope, great
No, I
introduction.
heard it. I heard it. And then I'm like, hello. And then I don't know because we're redoing the studio. So I don't know if Nonito disconnected the mics or something. I'm not the tech savvy person, so I couldn't figure out how to use it. So I was just like, I'll just call in. So, but no, I heard the introduction. Thank you.
Absolutely. How have you been?
Good, busy. It's starting to warm up here in Vegas. Pool season's open. I just went to go just to the store 2 hours ago, and the parking lots were packed. I was like, oh my god, everyone's here for spring break. I'm like, great, amazing.
Oh yes, indeed. You know, it's always a pleasure to have you on the channel in general, even in the chat and just on a live broadcast. So thank you for blessing us with your presence, your knowledge. Thank Nonito as well. Um, so let's get right into it because I don't want to keep you too long. So of course you already know how this goes with the whole purse bid thing, but I'm particularly referring to Terence Crawford and Alexis Rocha. Of course, as you know,
Uh-huh.
the WBO sent both parties, including Eric Gomez representing Golden Boy Promotions, who's representing Rocha, and then of course the legal representation in Mr. Henson representing Terence Crawford. So, can you explain to the audience, number one, what a purse bid is, and how does a purse bid actually work?
Okay, so normally for purse bid, um you have two parties that can't agree, and this is not just any fight, it has to do with champions, right? And also I believe the mandatory positions if they wanted to do that as well. But if they can't come to an agreement over a course of time, they will require a purse bid, meaning that you and I couldn't sit at the table together and come into agreement of what we were supposed to finalize a fight. Again, this is normally, a champion and a mandatory position. So they give them a certain amount of time, and they basically say, okay, by this date, this is when we're going to establish a purse bid. What that means is, for example, this is the WBO. They'll basically tell both parties that there's a certain date, and upon that certain date, that's the expiration date for the negotiation period. They have to enter into a purse bid. Now, the ones that are in the purse bid are not networks, they're not managers, they're only promoters, and they have to be sanctioned by the sanctioning body. So for the WBO, they have to be a licensed and registered promoter, and they have to have, paid their fees into the WBO, et cetera, et cetera, and have their license still operational to even go into these purse bids. Um, at that point, like, each promoter that submits a bid, it's a closed bid. You don't have a paddle and say, hey, okay, I'm going to bid 1.1 and the next guy says 1.2. You have to bid the max amount that you're willing to pay for the entire card. I shouldn't say the entire card, the entire fight, just the champion and the mandatory challenger. In that, the promoter has to submit a purse bid deposit of $2,000. And then they submit their proposal. In the proposal, it has to include certain documentation, a certified check or money order that's payable in the in U.S. dollars for the purse bid deposit, and then they have to basically also have a letter of authority for a representative of the proponent. So for this, whatchamacallit, I'm blanking. Rocha's promoter, of course, is Golden Boy. So, and you said he had Eric Gomez. Um, And then from there, they have to, in the proposal, they have to say what site, and what place or places, and they have to identify 3 potential sites, and that it has to indicate the date that it's to be held, which should be no later than 90 days or earlier than 45 days from the date of the purse bid. If I'm going too deep, just tell me. Like, if you don't need to know all this, tell me. Is it okay?
No, this is yeah, because if you wouldn't have explained it, I would be explaining it just the same way. So yes, you're doing an excellent job, and I think the fans and the viewers and subscribers, I think they're actually picking up what you're putting down, and it makes a lot of sense. And yeah, so please continue, Rachel.
Okay. Um, so with that being said, like they literally take the highest bid. Okay, so it doesn't matter. What sucks is if you bid too high, right? If you were the only bid, if you're the only bid and you bid 4 million and you're like, damn it, no one bid against me. I could have paid $1 million for this fight. Then it kind of sucks. But you never know. None of the promoters are going to each other and saying, hey, are you going to bid? How much are you going to bid? Because I need to outbid you. So it's always under, cloak and dagger. But there is also, if there is no minimum bid met, for example, I believe Buds versus Rocha is at a $200,000 minimum bid. If no one bids 200,000, which is the minimum bid, they will come back and they'll reduce the minimum bid by 50%. So if no one showed up at 200,000, they could drop the purse bid down to 100,000. Okay. Um, with that being said, whoever wins the purse bid would have to put on the fight, and it would be a 75% total purse to the champion and 25% to the challenger, unless it's in the challenger's country. If it's in the challenger's country, then it's 80% to the champion and 20% to challenger. I didn't know if you knew that.
Yes, I did, and I was actually
Okay.
going to ask you about yeah, I was going to ask you about um, the minimum purse bid of $200,000. So since we stopped there, let me ask you this
Mm-hmm.
so that you can educate the viewers on this. So at this point, we know that there's only one promoter in this entire equation. so
Correct.
so let's just hypothetically say um, Golden Boy, because they can't bid with Crawford's representation because he's just a entertainment attorney or whatever. He's not a promoter. Um, so let's say Golden Boy comes up and say, "Hey, I'll bid $300,000 on this fight."
Mm-hmm.
He has no other person or no other entity that can come in and outbid that. So how would that work with someone like a Terence Crawford who's accustomed to making, let's just say, a minimum of $3 million per fight? How would that work?
He would have to drop the belt. I mean, there is no other rhyme or reason. Like, if Crawford doesn't have anyone that's going to be on his side, that's really going to push the purse bid up, then you get, that's it. You don't get anything besides that guaranteed purse split. You don't get TV rights, you don't get ticket sales, you don't get training expenses. This is all you have. It's a risk. It's a huge risk. Um, for example, if let's put Bud back at Top Rank, okay? Just for argument's sake. And his minimum purse then was $5 million. It would behoove um Top Rank to either bid to make sure that Terence Bud Crawford is covered, but and then the plus 20% to make sure that they guarantee Bud Crawford's amount in addition to the 20% of what the opponent would be making. Another way that I've seen other promoters do it also is, let's just say they were going to bid, I don't know, 2.5 million, which is underneath Terence Bud Crawford's minimum guarantee with Top Rank. They would say, okay, we're going to bid 2.5 because no one else is going to come in with 2.5. Whatever is the difference, we'll just give you in training expenses. Because there's no rule that says you can't do that if he wins the purse bid. If he doesn't win the purse bid, he's completely screwed. Now, the wild cards that are always in this game is we always think the only people that are going to bid on these are the promoters or the interested parties of each fighter. But you have someone like Triller did it. You have someone like Marv Nation that comes out of nowhere and outbids everybody. Then you go with whatever they decide. So it's whoever, like literally, it's as long as they're a licensed promoter, licensed, and also have licensed and have been paying their fees to WBO. Then those promoters are the ones that could do the purse bids, and each purse bid minimum is different from flyweight. Minimum fly to fly it's 80,000, and then jumps to junior bantam, junior featherweight's 100, featherweight to junior welter's 150, welterweight to middleweight's 200, super middleweight to heavyweight's 300, and heavyweight's $1 million. Those are the minimum purse bids set.
Yep, that is exactly correct. Just like you said it, mini flyweight to flyweight is 80,000. Junior bantam to junior feather is 100. Feather to junior welter is 150,000. Welter to middleweight is 200,000. Super middleweight to junior heavyweight is 300,000, and of course, heavyweight is $1 million flat, and that's the minimum purse bid for each weight division. So, with that being said, it's a possibility that let's throw them back in the mix. BLK Prime, that BLK Prime can come out of nowhere and say, "Okay, we'll come in and we will be a part of this purse bid." Correct, Rachel?
BLK Prime can't technically do it. They're a streaming service and don't own. I don't. As far as the last time I checked, they still haven't received a promotional license. And but I have heard that Christy Martin has worked with them as far as, and also Bash Boxing was working with them as well. So it would have to be if they did, they'd back a licensed promoter with WBO, and they'd say, okay, if you get this bid, we will fund it. We'll fund the minimum, the bid, the winning bid. If they were going to come in with 10 million, then they have to sign a contract with one of the promoters that basically says, we're all going to put up the money for this purse bid if you win, and then have them use their license to go and do it, because basically that's what they did for the fight over in Nebraska. They used Bash Boxing to get the license for that fight. They'd have to do something like that. BLK Prime, it's like Showtime. Showtime can just go in there with and then say, hey, I'm going to show up and do this. You know what I'm saying? Like it, and because they're not an actual promoter, they're a TV network.
Right. Well, the only reason I asked you that is because Desmond Gums, he actually at the last minute, he actually got his promoter's license with that card over there in Nebraska. But of course, he didn't do anything. He basically just hid behind Bash from California. But
yeah,
yeah,
because they didn't know if he was going to even get it in time, right? I mean,
that's correct.
It would have, it would have been really risky to do anything like that.
Yep, that is exactly correct. That's why I actually
and that being said, let me tell you that if Desmond or BLK Prime wins the purse bid, let's just say 10 million, and he wins the purse bid because he's not promoted. Well, the question is he the promoter of record for that event? Because if he was not the actual promoter when like as far as licensing and everything at the time of sanctioning, so it was sanctioned before Desmond got into the picture, right? It was already sanctioned under Bash Boxing. Then Desmond came in. If he isn't listed, and he wins the bid because he hasn't promoted a WBO sanctioned contest yet, he would actually be required to deposit 50% of the total purse within 10 days of the purse bid.
Yep, absolutely. Yep, yep. I was basically trying to pull it out of you for the fans, so that so that the viewers can hear exactly how that process would look. Yep.
Yeah, and they're not going to play on that like 10, like you can't like start funding it, the event like 10 days before, because the WBO is not going to mess around with their champions, and when it comes to that, especially when it's a purse bid. So they want to make sure you have skin in the game, especially if they've never worked with you before, which I understand.
Yep. And you know what? To your point, the 20 days end literally this Sunday. That's the 20th day this Sunday.
That's crazy. Well, I mean, in all honesty, like it's such a weird circumstance, right? Like, first of all, this purse bid, this mandatory, is 2 to 3 months early. Like, I don't really want to sit here counting my fingers from the Sean Porter fight, but 18 months. I thought was March or April. This was decided in February, as far as I remember. And when Bud had gone over to Golden Boy, that picture was taken January 27th. So I find it very strange that this was mandated earlier than the mandatory period.
Yeah, I mean, technically speaking, and I actually educated the viewers on this a few weeks ago, because I always hear people say 18 months, but technically speaking, it's really 9 months, right? But of course, because he's a super champion, the WBO gives him that leniency to
18. Yeah.
extend it,
Hmm.
right? Now, here's the
Yeah.
thing on that. Either way you slice it, whether it's 13 months, 15, or 18, the bottom line is it's still early. It's
Yes.
still too early. And then on top of that, I educated the viewership probably like 2 weeks ago, when I talked about how on that same day that he took he meaning Crawford, the same day he took the picture with De La Hoya and Bernard Hopkins over there in L.A. That was the same night that Alexis Rocha fought, and right at the post-fight press conference, he was sitting down. Eric Gomez, and the source of this is FightHub.com and FightHype.com. If anybody want to go check this out, but Eric Gomez, he walks right up to Alexis Rocha while Rocha was getting interviewed after he fought, and he says, "Congratulations," and kissed him on the cheek and whatnot. And right as he was walking away, Eric Gomez turns around and tell everybody that was there in the media, Terence Crawford is next. That was on January the 27th,
8,
right?
27.
Or
Okay.
28th. Was I think that was on the 28th, January 28th, right?
Yeah. The
That's right.
fight.
So, right. So January 28th, Eric Gomez says Terence Crawford is next. And then, of course, literally a month later, February 27th, the WBO sends that order, right? So,
Correct.
as a manager, I know as a manager, there's something wrong with that picture, but the viewers may not understand that. Can you give the viewers the understanding of how can something like that actually happen?
Well, there's certain, like, okay, this is a little bit of, I mean, Bud does have representation, so I'm hoping that, of course, he has been very communicative with the WBO himself. Having a picture out there that, and parties stating that it's going to be Alexis Rocha next, um, puts a perspective out there that, oh, look, we're talking, everything's getting worked out. I have seen promoters go to sanctioning bodies and say, "Hey, we're already discussing with the champion. You might as well just order it," whether or not it's true. Okay, that's one. Number two, if it wasn't true and Bud's going along with it, and he's like, "Okay, yeah, call my mandatory," so then at least like I have a fight and I'm not ducking anyone, then this is a way that I can just get this out of the way by having it mandated. So I'm not just sitting here waiting. So like I said, like I think like the way that it was completely perceived or set up, um, it looks to me really really planned, the way that, like again, like took the picture, freaking announced it at the fight. They had all this lined up. They already knew Alexis Rocha was going to be elevated also, because you have to remember that Stanionis was in that game. But they had taken that from the WBA, for him, not Stanionis and, I'm blanking. Who was the other guy? Virgil.
Virgil
There
Ortiz,
Yeah,
and even
Virgil Ortiz was there, and so was Keith Thurman. He was number 1 and 2. Virgil got taken by the WBA because he's fighting Stanionis, right? Golden Boy won that purse bid. Keith Thurman, interestingly, this is interesting to me, because Keith Thurman's fight still hasn't been announced, and they took him out of number 2, and Alexis Rocha now is number 1. How did he? I
right,
understand the Virgil Ortiz. I do not understand the Keith Thurman one,
right. And
but
before that, and watch this, Rachel. Before that Keith Thurman move, don't forget Boots Jerron Ennis. He was ranked number 2.
correct. And this is why, like, honestly, like I've said this a couple times, and Nonito does want to talk to the sanctioning bodies. Whether or not they're going to listen is a whole different story. There are people within the industry, whether it's your promoter, your manager, etc., that do move fighters without freaking telling the fighter themselves. So, and that being said, the reason why Nonito was so adamant in December, January, I want to say January, when he said, I just want to let everyone know I'm not vacating my WBC spot in the bantamweight. It's because if, let's just say, Top Rank goes back and says, oh, well, Mauricio, Nonito's looking at fighting at 115, so he's vacating his position. Can you mandate someone else? We already covered our base. We've said it on YouTube. We sent it to Mauricio. We're like, listen, I don't care what anyone says. That's my position. I'm not leaving that position. He wants to leave, he can leave, which he ended up doing. So Nonito wanted to establish some type of rule or regulation that when a fighter is moved in a certain direction without any confirmation on if he's moving to another sanctioning body or whatever, or if he has a fight date lined up, that it's confirmed with the fighter who worked so hard to get there in the first place.
Yeah, I think that'd be a good idea. For him, for Nonito to have that conversation with them, because, like you said, and you know this, I mean, sometimes all it takes is that little envelope. I heard, I've been hearing um, YouTubers and other content creators, they use that envelope reference. I'm not saying that
Mhm.
they wasn't using it before me, but I'm very clear when I be saying that envelope. But yeah, the fighters most times don't know, because it's all about moving the fighter, up the ladder, so to speak, to get those opportunities.
Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you, I can't tell you what weight, I can't tell you when, I can't tell you the opponent, because then you'll nail it down to exactly who it was. So, I can't say who, but there was a time where Nonito's belt was vacated without his permission.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
that's why Nonito's so stuck on it now. He's like, nope. He's like, I think, he's like, it's happened to me before. He thinks it's happening to other fighters as well. There was actually someone at the WBO, no, the WBA convention, and someone was pretending to represent Boots at the ratings meeting.
Oh wow.
So yeah, and they called Boots's guys called YS, no, they called YB, Young Billy, and he's like, dude, who was that guy? He's like, why didn't you say something? He goes, I don't know. I thought you sent someone. And he's like, we didn't know that guy. Who the hell was
Hmm.
that was speaking on behalf of Boots?
Wow. That's new news. That's new news. We've never heard that anywhere before you said it, Rich.
Yeah, I gotta go back into the thing is I don't know if their stream is like the WB The WBC, their stream is like really set up. I never looked back at the WBA
Yeah.
stream to see if it's just focused on the head table or if you can actually see the person talking to the head table and who said that they were representing Boots.
So amazing that these things definitely be happening. Um, Speaking of um, Boots, we don't know when he's fighting, but just
Mhm.
your observation as a manager. There was some controversy going on regarding, Boots possibly fighting Bud Crawford, and of course people from BLK Prime, no names, no blame, contacted Mr. Bozy, the father and trainer of Boots, and was trying to set up a fight with Crawford, so to speak, without communicating really with Crawford first. But that
Mhm.
was the bait that they were using. But they were doing it outside of the presence of the representation of Boots, and even from his agreement with Showtime. In
Mhm.
this business, as a boxing manager, how would you feel as a manager if discovered that someone, whether it be a promoter, whether it be a matchmaker, tried to circumvent the protocol of communicating with you on behalf of your client? Let's use your husband as an example, Nonito Donaire.
I'd send them a cease and desist and interference of contract right off the bat so they know their place. The thing is you can't do these things without any repercussion. When you're trying to do stuff like that, you're always supposed to refer them to um now okay, let me side this with the Showtime thing. I do not know. I believe, and I'd have to call Cameron, that Cameron Duncan is his actual promoter, D&D Boxing.
Yep, I believe so. That is
Okay, he's
correct.
still his promoter. Okay. So, because I know I texted him the night of Boots fight, and I was like, "Good luck," and he texted me back, "Thanks." So I figured they are still working together. Um, so if BLK is acting as a promoter, that's always the weird question: are they acting as a promoter or as a streaming service, right? Because it's like they try to play both. If they're acting as a promoter, they still have to go through Cameron Duncan, or it's an interference of the contract. If it's acting as a streaming service, still so, because D&D Boxing is the one that owns um, Boots's TV rights, who he ended up signing over to Showtime.
That is correct. Absolutely correct. Yep.
Yeah, so I mean, it's do people try to do it? People, yes, people do try to do it because everybody knows everyone. Sometimes people get really comfortable. But legally and ethically, it shouldn't be done. And I don't, people know, I think already by this point, I don't play in this game. So, and Nonito knows, right? Anyone that talks to me, anything about to him is like, go ask her. He's like, you have to ask her about fights. You have to ask her. And then I normally out like we had somebody ask us um a year ago. They're like, what do you think about fighting over here and this and that? I'm like, I'll give you Richard's phone number and you could talk to Richard. So like
Yeah.
I don't even can I fully negotiate? Yeah, I believe I could, but again, I'm gonna be going against the contract and it'll be seemingly like I'm dealing behind his back. So I'd rather just push that over to his side.
Yep. Yep. Indeed. Indeed. And I just wanted to get your take because that actually happened to me one time in this business where uh, a promoter tried to circumvent uh, the representation of a fighter that I was managing, and went behind my back, knowing that I was the fighter's manager. Needless to say, that never happened to me again, and hopefully it don't, because when you start making waves in this business, and people know who they can play with and who they can't, some of those things do cease without, legal representation and different things of that nature.
Exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, it's something that they, like I said, it's just, I think it's more so the fact that people know everybody. Like, do I know the promoter of Alejandro Santiago Barrios, the guy Nonito's supposed to be fighting next, right? Yeah. Funny. He actually was gonna pay us to go out to California last October for a Filipino event. He's a promoter in California, and he has my direct number. Can I call him? Yes. Am I going to? No. I'm not gonna go from like bypass my promoter and then be like, okay, well let me just talk to this guy since I know him. If I felt like it, could I ask Richard like if he minds? Yeah, I can ask him. I've asked him before. He doesn't mind, but at the same time, like I respect that there's paper there, and I'm going to tread lightly and ask for permission first. I'm not going to do it then, ask for forgiveness later. That's not the way I operate.
Right, absolutely. Totally agree with that perspective and that concept. And it's I always have this saying, I'm only interested in doing good business, and so good business have a lot to do with ethics, protocol, the clauses that we see and we draw up in evaluating these contracts. Those things mean something, and it's all about doing good business. You know what I mean?
Yes. Well,
Speaking
and
of,
that's the full. Oh, go
I'm
ahead.
listening to you. I'm sorry.
Oh no, like, so that like when you're saying like good business, I thought that was like highly interesting what has been happening with Probellum getting bought out, the new Disrupt, and a lot of inquisitive minds about, what's really going on and things of that nature. Um Making sure you know what's on your contract. So what I've stated so many times, and no one really has paid attention to what I said, like basically the rumor of Probellum being sold, ended up being true. I knew it was true. I just could never confirm nor deny. But when I kept saying doesn't matter, we're with Richard, um, at the end of the day, it still held true. Probellum was there for what, a year and a half, maybe, and Richard was the president of that. We've been signed with Richard since 2016, so that never, that was an actual good thing, an insurance, in case the business went sideways, with such a new company. And now Richard signed with, he's the president. God, I can never remember the name, but it's one of Mark Cuban's companies. They're supposed to be bringing in more fights, both MMA and boxing. So, you know, at the end of the day, like you just have to align yourself with the people that you trust and make sure that even though you trust them, that you're covered uh, legally in black and white. I've seen too many people. I Nonito got a contract from someone the other day, and I read it, and I said, make sure that you check and state that you have to mutually agree on the opponent. And the other guy wrote back to the fighter and was like, well, that's assumed. I'm like, I was like, tell him nothing's assumed. Tell him to get it written down in black and white.
And you know what? That's the best way to do business. The best way to do business is have everything jotted down on black and white. And you know what? Speaking of black and white, and I promise you I'll let you go, but I have to get your perspective on this before I
Hmm.
let you go. And before I do that, let me salute uh, Jackie Hernandez. She said, "Hey, Mrs. Rachel." Had to give you that
Oh,
message.
Jackie, I miss her.
Haven't seen Jackie on the platform for a while, so salute to you, Miss Jackie. Dion, always good to see you. I haven't seen Dion in a few lives, so salute to you, Dion. My guy, family, my family, D-Town Boxing. Salute to you. And actually, D-Town Boxing, he provided a super chat. So salute to you, D-Town Boxing. Thank you for your contribution. He says salute manager Marty and Rachel. That was from D-Town Boxing, Rachel.
Thanks, D-Town.
Awesome. So let me get your perspective on this, and I promise you I'll let you go. So speaking of having things in black and white,
Hmm.
as you already know, this Adrien the Problem Broner, he
Oh
did
boy.
ink something in black and white, and he inked the
Yeah.
deal according to all of these sources, and his picture that he posted on social media with all this big time money in front of him and the great legend Don King. Uh,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
so Rachel, tell me your thoughts on that. I mean, like you said, it's important to have things in black and white in his business, and it looked like he signed a deal with Don King. What's your take on that?
Um, I mean, I'm just gonna assume that he's gonna finish his career with him, right? Because it's I mean it's not a secret. It's known that it's almost like lifetime contracts with Mr. King. It just is what it is. As far as who he can fight, etc., like I don't know at this point. If he got a bag and like if that was the money on the table was a signing bonus for him, I hope that wasn't the only thing he was looking at. Um every single one of these promoters, from top to down, sideways across the pond, all of them have something within their contracts that is very telling. I don't believe that any promoter, of course, doesn't look out for themselves, but they are going literally their legal team will make sure that that contract is at least 98% in the promoter's favor. So, with at this point in Adrien Broner's career, I really hope that he was able to really sit down and not just I understand he's frustrated because he had three opponents for one fight fall through, but hasty decisions always make us regret in the end. So I hope he really did take the time to look at what he did sign.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And you know what I noticed, um, and I don't know if that was Don King's money or Adrien Broner's money, or if that was Don King's money that he gave to Adrien Broner, because Don King has had a documented history, so to speak, that he will offer the cash up front because he know that it's more appealing to a fighter just seeing the cash up front and opposed to bigger money written on a check, you know. And so if
Mhm.
that, even if that is the case, the bottom line is in that picture, I noticed that there was somebody missing in that picture, Rachel. He had the promoter there. He is the fighter, Broner, that is. But
Mhm.
he was missing another person that wasn't in the picture. I'm talking about a manager.
Does he have one though?
I don't know. I don't know if he has a manager or not. But if he was with Al Heyman, of course, Al Heyman would be the advisor or manager. But ever since he's been outside of Al Heyman, I think he's been basically just on his own as a free agent. And so
Mm.
I guess that is my point. He had no boxing representation with him in the picture.
No, and he must have not for because when he did the BLK announcement too, there was no one there with him. So,
Yeah.
and that's what gets scary. Like, listen, like, I know I got thrown, a lot of people were, I guess, looking at me sideways when I said that, is Bud a bit green in this business? Yeah, he's green in business. He's not green, of course, in the ring, but these are two different animals. You talk to Nonito about anything about contracts outside, contracts inside, um, Common Core with my fifth grader. Nonito look at you stupid, but he has an IQ in the ring. It just doesn't always translate to every part of your life. So it's to say that you really have to have people that's what their profession is. That's all they do all day is these types of contracts, looking over the contracts, knowing how to negotiate, um, and allow trusting them to an extent, but also verifying it for yourself. And what I mean by that is trust that he's doing the best for you. And when that paper comes back, read it for yourself line by line. Don't trust that your manager has everything that was supposed to be written in that contract, that he didn't miss something, quote unquote. Like verify it for yourself that what you are signing is what you want, and that that everything's in there in writing. Screw that BS like, oh well, that's implied. Of course we don't need to put that in. Yes you do. Put it in. If it's not that big of a deal, put it in. It's like one line. I know you have a Word doc open, just add the
Yup.
sentence.
Yep.
So I
Facts.
mean,
Let me get these two super chats.
yeah.
I'm sorry about that. I'm listening to you.
Yeah, so no, go ahead, get the super chats.
I just wanted you to finish your train of thought. That was my apologies. So salute and shout out to my guy, my day oneer. He's here. We missed him for a few days. Glad to see him again. My guy, Mr. Pragmatic. Thank you for your contribution, Mr. Prag. He says, great interview as usual. Rachel is always entertaining and thought provoking. That was my guy, Mr. Pragmatic. And then we also have another contribution from Jeroy Johnson. Thank you so much, Jeroy, for your contribution to the channel. Jeroy says, keep up the great and high quality content, brother Marty. Appreciate you again, Jeroy Johnson, and salute to you. Um, Rachel, the thing about it is, and we know this to be true, that Bob Arum started it first, and then basically Don King, he duplicated the same practice. And what I mean by that is uh, Bob Arum, he would have his stepson Todd DuBuff be the manager as he's the promoter, and then Don King
Mm,
would do the same thing with his stepson Carl King, where Don
yeah.
King would be the promoter, and then once you sign with him, you would automatically have to sign on to the fact that his stepson Carl King would be your manager as well.
Mm,
Of course, that's a conflict of interest, to say the least. But I don't know if Don King is still using that practice in an Adrien Broner situation. I mean, if he is, that's a shame. But even if he's not, the very aura of having Don King around may not sit well with some people. But the thing about it is this, though, in Adrien Broner's defense, Adrien Broner is from Ohio, Don King is from Ohio, and so, of course, is the great Al Heyman. And I think Al Heyman is
mm,
from Cleveland, just like Don. So the only thing I can see good coming out of this initially from the beginning is that because Adrien Broner has been kind of like working out, it looks like he really was taking one and or all of those three opponents that fell out over there at BLK Prime seriously, is that they could actually do a show in Don King's hometown where he's highly respected and connected. And of course, that's
mhm.
the same state that Adrien Broner's from.
Yeah.
I think that might be something good in his first, promotion with Broner. Being a good ticket seller at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like the thing is that I would hope that with everything about with Don King is that like he would understand how to go and grab these opponents for Adrian Broner. From what it seemed, with BLK Prime, they had gone out. First of all, they did it with Terence Bud Crawford, right? They went out, grabbed um, Avernesian, who was already signed for another contract to fight. They pulled him out of that card. They paid off the other guy. They got commissioned to okay the cancellation, and he came over. And then with Adrian Broner, the first one had promotional issues. The second one already had a fight. Um, Lundy had a fight, and then said he was injured, and then had to and said, "But I can fight on this card." So that got him tied up because the commission hadn't canceled out the contract, and the promoter's like, "Oh no, like no, you're still fighting here because I have an extension that if there's a cause of injury, I can postpone the fight date for up to 90 days, right?" And then the third one is Michael Williams. But it just seems to me like there's this weird practice of either A, not going, like, if you're going for Ivan Redcatch and he had a promoter, they should have been going to the promoter. Number two, if someone already had a fight, why are you going after that person? Like, so I'm hoping that, with how much Don King is um promoted fights and had fighters in his lifetime, that's not like a quick, cheap, easy way to go and grab an opponent for AB, because it doesn't seem like it's working doing it that way.
Yep. And as we both know, that's a terrible and bad business practice. You know what I
Yes.
mean? It's all about due diligence. Due diligence is very important in this business. And speaking of that, let me just say this, since you opened up the lane for me to say this. I've already said it, but it just makes so much sense as you're talking about pulling people off cards and this and that. If you really think about it, and this is just my personal opinion, I could be wrong, but in my personal opinion, if you look at what happened with David Evanesian, as you just mentioned, um, he was already scheduled on November 19th. He was pulled off that card. The next practice was Ivan Redcatch with Broner. He had
Hmm.
promotion tied with the promoter. Obviously, he got pulled off the card. Hank Lundy, same situation. And then, you know, we have BLK Prime contacting Bozy, not the promoter Cameron Duncan, uh,
Right.
but they contacted Bozy, and even Bozy said to them, I don't even feel comfortable having this conversation with you all because I don't trust you all, and it's not right that you guys are trying to pull me away to do a deal with you all, apart from the consent and knowledge of Showtime and our representation. And so I settle that to say this is why due diligence is important, and just having good business ethics to basically make sure that all of the fighters that agree to the terms, you know, fulfill their obligations, the promoters fulfill their obligations, and everybody win at the table.
Yeah, it's super important. That's why, like, a lot of the times, like, I mean, let's, for example, the whole thing about, I know a lot of people kept going, oh, well, Bud had a hedge fund, and he told Spence he'd introduce him to him, and Spence asked who it was, and he's like, oh, we'll just go see them. We don't do that. Like, first of all, it sounds like a really bad, like, I'm gonna get jumped around the corner thing. But number two, if you are photographed with anybody that you're not supposed to be photographed with, and I'm talking about let the Spence's with, with Heyman, with PBC, with, Tom Brown. If he's photographed with, let's just make it easy. Bob, Oscar. Don't you think that the people that represent Errol Spence is going to question why the hell he showed up to a meeting with another promoter? What did they talk about? Etc. And so that's why, like, for us, we don't, as far as when it has to do with Richard, I'm like, hey, Mr. Honda invited us to dinner. Yeah, go ahead, go to dinner with Mr. Honda. You know what I mean? Like, Mr. Honda's the promoter. Um, we've also known Mr. Honda longer than we've known Richard, but he also knows that when we talk about fights, he'll ask us, like, does this interest you or anything like that? And we'll be like, okay, I'll call Richard on Monday. Like, he understands. Like, you just want to entertain us and have us as guests and talk, of course, talk about boxing because it's the industry. But he's not going to overstep and say, hey, here's a contract. Can you sign on this line? There's certain people that will try to do that. But that's why we're extremely careful of going to any events, going to Top Rank. We go to Top Rank events. Do I go and have a drink with Todd and have someone take a picture that I'm talking to Todd? No, and I've known Todd for a long time too. We worked with him since 2008. But you just don't put yourselves in situations that can be misinterpreted by the people who have had your best interest this entire time. I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. And if you really think about it, just the way that you said it, and I made a reference to this on D-Town Boxing's live on I think it was Wednesday when I was on his live. And if you think about it, even if let's just hypothetically say Crawford had 50 million accessible to him. Well, even if Spence would agree, we know that that fight would have not been produced on Showtime, right?
Mm,
Right.
yep.
That meant that that's the fifth time that somebody was being pulled away, or at least tried to be allured to be pulled away from an obligation of their own representation independently, because that fight would have been published on BLK Prime. So knowing that Spence is with Al Heyman and didn't even talk to Al about it,
Hmm.
circumventing the manager again. And see, that's what we're talking about. You see what I'm saying?
Yes. Yes, for sure.
And that's why, man, it's so good um, to have representation. The audience that knows me on this live, they know that I always say this, and I'll say it again. Good representation in this business is priceless. And to have a good manager, to have a good promoter is very, very critical in the career of a professional boxer. It just really is. And it's so many it's so many pitfalls and potholes in the ground when you're trying to do all of these things by yourself. When you're a fighter and you're trying to be a manager, you're trying to be a promoter, you're trying to be a free agent, you're trying to represent yourself, you're trying to train. It's difficult. And so, like you said, Rich, those responsibilities should be designated to people who are professionals, who know how to negotiate, who can be aggressive in negotiations when necessary, who can be conservative in negotiations when necessary, who know how to evaluate and carefully. Like me, I am, man, I go line by line, word for word, before we agree to any terms or sign anything. And I don't
Yep.
care if it's me purchasing the vehicle. I don't care what it's about. And they be like, no, man, just sign right here. No, 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 no. Hold on. I'm reading everything. So if I'm like that with myself, I have to be that same way and be 10 times diligent for my representation. The people that I'm
Exactly.
representing. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And so,
And there's certain things that we're all good at, right? Like, so, like I saw in the comment section, someone said that Nonito doesn't need a boxing promoter at this stage in his life. Here's the thing: if he doesn't have a boxing promoter in Richard Schaefer, that responsibility will fall on me. Do I necessarily want that added responsibility to go and, whether it's find a fight on with a different promoter, numerous promoters throughout the world, and negotiate with the promoters um, when I know they're going to try to, try to get the best for them, the worst for us.
yeah,
Answer
yep,
is no. I don't have. I honestly have like no time. So, have sometimes like it's called delegation.
yeah.
Like
And
yeah, go
I'm
ahead.
listening, Rachel. No, no, no. Speak on it. Mm-mm.
No, so yeah, it's delegation. Like I know, could I handle it? Yes, I'm sure I could. Do I want to handle it? No. I was like,
Mhm.
I need to be able to have a team that I can trust, that they can go and do what is needed to do, bring me back what is on the table when it's close to being finalized. Negotiate between that so I can focus on other aspects of my life. I still have my own career. I still have my boys. I still have to train Nonito. So adding on a promoter hat at this stage in the game, or where at least where my life is right now, would just probably make me pull all my hair out and prematurely gray.
Yep. And also, as we both know this as managers, um, it helps us defray the cost of certain expenses when our fighters do have good promoters. Correct, Rach?
Oh yes, yeah, completely, 100%.
Yes, indeed. Hey, Rich, I promised to let you go after that last question, but I actually do have one more, and that is, where can our viewers that do not know the name of you and Nonito's YouTube channel, where can they find you all so that they can subscribe and look at your great content?
So we're on Beyond the Ring with Nonito and Rachel. That's how it's, yeah, Beyond the Ring with Nonito and Rachel. We haven't done content this week, if you can tell. Like, I pretty much lost my voice. So we've been just, recovering and stuff. I don't know. I think my kids, from being on spring break, they brought home like sicknesses and stuff from their classmates during spring break. So it went around our house. So we haven't done content for like a week, but we normally go on every morning, and we upload different content throughout. And we're going to bring up more content too of different interviews we've done and things like that. So, um, yeah, that's where you find us.
Absolutely. And everybody, please go to Beyond the Ring with Nonito and Rachel on their YouTube channel. Their content is great. And please subscribe and support their Cash App and their Super Thanks and all the things that they offer through methods of payment so that you can contribute to their channel. Rachel, is always a pleasure to have you as a guest here. Always a pleasure to talk to you publicly and privately. Send my regards to Nonito. Any last words, real quick, before you go, Rach?
Um, No, I mean, I always appreciate, educating and talking to people, and people that have questions. Like, I never get irritated about it or trying to explain it. The only thing I ever get irritated is if you're just a closed-minded person. But it seems to me like, for me, whenever I explain anything, I just talk, and whoever is willing to listen or learn, then I'm more than willing to share that information, because in all actuality, I think most of us, when we ever came into a career field, we didn't know everything. We asked questions and we learned and grew in our own career field, and that's how I did. So if this is, informational to fans, maybe there's some, other fighters out there or other managers, then, if we can just keep giving information to other people and we continue to exchange information, that's the way that we all grow. Um, but besides that, like I said, like, Nonito's back in the gym. We're gonna grab some sparring, and working on the game plan already. We've been talking about the game plan for a while with Barrio, so I'm hoping to be able to announce the date, because we already have the date, but we're not able to announce it yet. So then, we'll have a good summer with everybody. And no, thanks again, Marty, for having me. Um, Really miss you guys. Kind of wish you guys would come out to Vegas, but instead of going out to Philly, you guys got to come out this way one day.
Oh, absolutely. And I hope to see you all soon.
All right. Well, I'll hit you later. Text me if you need me.
You got it, Rach. Thank you so much.
Yep, of course. Bye.
All righty. That was Rachel Donaire. You've heard her live and in living color right here on the Manager Marty channel with the Roller Tape Show. Salute the WCS. I see him in the chat. Salute to you, my brother. Let me show my face one more time because I want to welcome the live audience that's just coming right in. We have a great show for you all this evening. It's not over. Oh, no, no, no. You know, that was the appetizer right there. I told you how I run my channel now. I do it the same way I would run a boxing promotion or a boxing event. You know, the same way you go to a restaurant. You know, you got the bread and water, right? Appetizer next, then the main meal or the entree, and then if you are still not filled, dessert. Salute to you again, Dion, in the chat. So I hope you all learned something thus far uh, by our guest Rachel Donaire, because that's what we do. You know, we want to educate all of you and provide some entertainment. And with that being said, since I used the word educate, I'm going to start this segment You'll start seeing this segment every time I publish a live content or a live piece of content. Starting tonight, we're starting it live and in living color tonight. And this is a very short segment that I'm going to designate to you, the audience, to be able to ask Manager Marty. So this is very, very simple, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Road the Tape Film crew. How this works is you can ask Manager Marty any question you want as long as it is boxing related. It can be about what we've already discussed tonight, which so far we talked about the Crawford versus Rocha purse bid and that entire process that our guest, our friend, Rachel Donaire just eloquently broke down to us and for us. Some of us that did not know, we talked about the Broner and Don King deal. We're going to still air fry on that. We are still going to air fry on that Broner Don King deal. And then, of course, we still have more boxing to discuss. And we're going to cook more on that Broner Don King deal. I'm going to put the link in the chat. I'm opening up the panel. We're going to talk about uh, the fight that's coming up between Benavidez and Plant. We're going to talk about, man, we're going to talk about a lot of different boxing this evening. But in this segment, you can ask Manager Marty any boxing related question, but here is the great caveat for it. It gives me an opportunity to educate, right? But it also gives you all an opportunity to contribute to the channel. And so, in order to ask me a boxing related question, and hopefully I know the answers to your questions, and if I don't, I will make sure I get the answer for the next live. But my point is that you can contribute to the channel by a super thanks, super sticker, super chat, and or a cash app donation. Okay, so we're going to basically start the clock right now. I am going to answer all questions that are boxing related only, and those questions are going to be uh, published right here on the screen when you support the channel through a cash app, super chat, super thanks, or a super sticker. And I say super thanks because someone might be watching the replay of this live and they might want to provide that question in the comments section if they're not joining us live. Okay. So we want to say thank you again to Rachel and Nonito. And please, when this live go off, feel free to go on Nonito and Rachel's YouTube channel, Beyond the Ring with Nonito and Rachel, and please support them and subscribe to their channel. So this is the segment here. Um, Talk to me. Someone asked me some box related questions, but of course, you can send the Cash App, super sticker, super chat, super thanks, and I'm going to make sure I answer your question and publicize it. Okay, so we'll designate a few minutes. We'll designate a few minutes for that, and then we'll move right along with our regularly scheduled program. Please don't be ashamed, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roller Tape crew. This is what we're here for. We're here for education and entertainment. And so, I appreciate everybody that's already supported the channel earlier. So this doesn't apply to you. If you want to donate again, that's completely fine. But this Ask Manager Marty doesn't pertain to people that already donated this evening. And we appreciate it because I want to give other people an opportunity to be able to contribute to the channel. And guess what? You might ask a question that someone else might want to know the answer to. Okay. So we're going to take this very brief moment to be able to ask Manager Marty any boxing related question. Nobody has a question for Manager Marty. I would. Oh, there we go. We got some questions. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want to see. Come on now. Let's be educated this evening. Let's ask some questions. All you have to do is make a contribution to the channel, ask your question. I'll publicize it. I'll answer it, and we can cook on it. Oh well, we don't say cook on this channel. We say air fry, right? All right. So let's see what we got here. Oh, okay. So let's start with Jeroy Johnson. Let's show his question and let's see if we can provide an answer. Jeroy Johnson, thank you for your contribution and your support. Jeroy says, can you give? Oh, hey, all this time my mic wasn't on. I apologize. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. I was up here talking and my mic was muted. So, Jeroy Johnson, thank you for your support. Thank you for your contribution to the channel. Um, so, Jeroy started it off and he asked a question, and Jeroy says, can you give your thoughts on how the Tank versus Garcia fight happened business wise? Yes, I can definitely give my thoughts on it, how it happened business wise. I believe that way before Tank Davis fought in January, that Tank's representation was already in negotiations with Golden Boy Promotions. And I do believe that Floyd Mayweather Promotions, of course, Leonard Ellaby is the CEO of that brand and company, they had their hand in the negotiations in the preliminary stages. And I also believe that Tank Davis and Mayweather Promotions, even if they were not in a business agreement on paper, meaning that Tank Davis's last fight, excluded him from being a part of the negotiation table, or like Rachel talked about having things in black and white. Even if they didn't have any agreement on black and white, I do believe because they were in the preliminary stages of building uh, this fight between Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis, that they made an agreement that even though, hey, we won't work together on paper, in other words, is Mayweather Promotions won't be the acting promoter for any more of Tank Davis's fights after the contract expired, they're still going to maintain a healthy relationship to be able to allow the influence of Mayweather, the influence of Leonard Ellaby, the influence of the representation of Al Heyman still be a part of the negotiations to seal the deal. And I think that's what happened. And even if you don't believe me, look at the fact that Oscar De La Hoya even said it, and it's all over YouTube. Oscar De La Hoya said, even in an interview, he didn't even know Leonard Ellaby was going to even be there. He wasn't even expecting to see Leonard Ellaby. And that's how you know that's good business when the opposing promoter, the opposing representation didn't even expect you to be there, but you have every right and reason to be there because nobody escorted Leonard Ellaby out, right? And as we all know at this point, you can go on BoxRec and you can actually see that Mayweather Promotions' name and company, and Leonard Ellaby, of course, is a part of the promotions in the process to promote this fight with Tom Brown. So that goes to show you that they definitely still had their hand involved in making this fight happen. Very, very good question, Jeroy. We have another question in this segment of Ask Manager Marty. And the other question is by Diana. Thank you again, Diana, for your contribution and your support to the channel. And Diana says, please explain the whole 3 days left and how it also would and can relate to Spence and Crawford. Yep. So today, we haven't heard anything today, so they probably did um, make something happen today. They meaning De La Hoya, Golden Boy Promotions, which is Alexis Rocha's representation, and then another promoter, right? But as of right now, we haven't heard anything. But let's just hypothetically say they, they did not uh, come to an agreement in the purse bid process. Um, There is 3 days left. You got today, which is Friday. You got tomorrow, and then you have Sunday. So they have until Sunday. So after Sunday, if they do not have something um, on paper, agreement wise, between who's going to bid on this fight as the promoter, and the minimum of course, like we just learned from Rachel Donaire, the minimum is $200,000. So they have 3 days left to make something happen. Um, how and also how it also would and can relate to Spence and Crawford. Well, the thing about it is, I don't know how that's going to relate to Spence and Crawford because if if they don't make something happen, then and they don't work this out, Alexis Rocha still being the mandatory, uh, fighter to fight Bud, well, he would have to vacate the title, and so I don't think it would be a point for a Spence and Crawford fight because I don't even think Spence cares who holds the WBO title. I think he just wants it, to accomplish being undisputed and undefeated in the division. I don't really think that, he cares to just fight Bud just to be fighting Bud. I think the only reason he want to fight Bud, not saying he don't think he can beat him. He can't beat him. I'm not saying he don't think he can beat Bud. He probably do think he can beat Bud. I think it's all about the belt. His motivation is the actual belt. So if Crawford have to vacate the belt in the 147-pound division, I don't see a Spence and Crawford fight. That's just my personal opinion because Spence wants that WBO title. We have another question from Lucky McKinnels. Thank you, Lucky, for your contribution. Thank you for your support. And now here is your question. I think it's a question, or maybe it's just a statement. Manager Marty. Oh, it was a question. Manager Marty. Was Demetrius Andrade signing with PBC worth it in your eyes? Because we haven't heard nor seen him since the last Tank Davis card. Very good question, Lucky. I do think that it was worth it. I do. They're just trying to get him acclimated to the system, and they're trying to make him more active. And this is why, they put him on Tank Davis's card. See, when the promoter puts another fighter on, let's say, the co-main event or the undercard, what they're doing is they're trying to expose that fighter to a different type of audience. And I want to say this because I think this is as equally as important. A pay-per-view audience is different from a regular audience. And when I say regular, I mean it in the sense of viewership. So let's take Terence Bud Crawford for my example. Terence Bud Crawford, uh, I think he generated like a 1 million, over 1 million views on regular ESPN fighting a regular fighter, right? He's done that several times. But when you put him in front of a pay-per-view audience, his numbers don't look very well. In fact, his numbers are reduced by 10. You look at he's doing 1 million and he's only getting an average of like 100,000 views on pay-per-view. So they're trying to build Demetrius Andrade up to expose him to a different audience. So when it is time for that big fight, that right fight, it will definitely be on pay-per-view because the audience will be exposed to him multiple times. So I think it was definitely worth it. And you got to remember, Tank's last card was in January. So they may have something in the works for Andrade by the end of this year. And he's in a really good division too. He's definitely in a good division. So that was a very, very good question by Lucky. And we have Dion. Thank you for your contribution and your support, Dion. Dion says, I've heard that the boxing industry is pretty insulated and does not readily let in newcomers in on the promotion and management side. Is this true? Well, it is pretty insulated, but I will tell you this. Boxing is a very large sport with a very small community. So sometimes is not just about what you know, but it's a combination of what you know and who you know. So it might be pretty insulated from a standpoint of nobody knows who this person is. Can we verify who this person is? Is this person a reputable manager? Is this person a reputable promoter? What is their business acumen? What is their background? I mean, because here's the thing, Dion, and all of you viewers, you have to start somewhere small in any industry. So it's nothing wrong with a manager or promoter coming in, starting small, and then working your way up to build contacts, to build longevity by building relationships and developing relationships and networking in this business. And so it can be pretty insulated, but at the same time, when you are a newcomer, as long as you do good business, you will shake hands with the right people that can give you the what you know and then introduce you to the who you know. That's a very, very good question. We have another question. My guy, Aaron H. Muhammad. Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad, for your contribution. Aaron says, what Rachel just highlighted in the importance of relationships in business and keeping boundaries in place to ensure no throat cutting occurs. Absolutely. And that's more important for the representation as much as it is important from a fighter's perspective, because it's all about setting and keeping the right boundaries. Because if you let something slide in this business one time, people will keep trying you over and over and over again. And that's as a fighter, and that's as the representation of a fighter. Remember I told you all this story, right? And I won't go, too deep into the story again. Some of you have heard me say this before, but remember I told you all this story where one of the fighters that I was representing at the time was shortchanged by half of the purse that he signed the contract for. Some of y'all remember that story? That was a true story. And, you know, it was crazy because if I wasn't there, if I wasn't the manager, if I didn't um, dot my I's and cross my T's, if I wasn't a meticulous person, if I wasn't as detailed as I am, if I wasn't bookkeeping with saving documentation, unfortunately, that fighter, after taking punches to the face and the body, he did win the fight. But the point is, after taking all of that punishment inside the ring and even dishing out punishment on the opponent, getting outside the ring and only getting paid half of the contractual earnings and compensation, that that's a hurt piece. That hurts worse than a body punch. And if I wasn't there to stand in the gap and seeing and recognizing what happened, that fighter still would be disenchanted, discouraged, and underpaid. And so I made sure that did not happen. The point that I'm making, because that wasn't about me trying to get kudos or credit for it, but the point that I'm making is that if I had let that slide from a managerial perspective, if I would have let that slide, you know how many other fighters that I represent would have been subject to that mistreatment? And not even just the fighters I represent, other fighters moving forward that I didn't represent. How many times that could have happened to them until someone saw the play and spoke up for it and made sure that that didn't happen. And the moral of that story is that fighter that I represented at that time definitely got paid full compensation right there on the spot. And so, it's all about having good representation in this business. It's totally priceless. Any more questions before we move on? Any more questions in the Ask Manager Marty segment? Any more questions? I don't want to leave anyone out now. I want to make sure we get all of our questions answered, and we all are learning and growing. I did want to put this out because uh, I wanted to read this since Rachel just got off. Beyond the Ring with Nonito and Rachel. Hey, yo, was in the living room listening. Good interview, Marty. Thank you. I don't know if that was Nonito or Rachel, but either way, salute to Nonito and Rachel. Many blessings to both of you. Let's see. We have any more questions before we move forward? All right, let's move forward. Moving right along, we got some more business to attend to in the sport of boxing. Let me do this real quick as we still cook on this Adrien Broner-Don King deal, and then we'll move on as well. I'm going to put the link in the chat, and let's get a small little panel going so we can discuss some more boxing. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury, members of the Roll the Tape crew. Let me ask a question while I'm getting this link, though. We had Rachel on, even some of the things that I even mentioned tonight. Either way you slice it, did you learn anything thus far? Anybody? Did you learn something about the business of boxing that you did not know before this evening? Please, if you can, in the chat, if you're watching a replay of this live, I welcome you to go into the comment section below and give some feedback on that. Did you learn anything thus far this evening? In the chat, can somebody engage with me? I just want to see, because we air frying tonight. Put that link in the chat. We got some more air frying to do. But before we do that, I want to make sure we're being entertained, but also that we're being educated here. Let me see something here. All right. Somebody said absolutely. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Yeah, we got some more air frying to do this evening. Yes, I just flew that. I just flew a kite just now. I just flew that link in the chat. Yes, indeed. SOG for life. Salute. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Omega Red. I see you. Thank you, Dion. Thank you. See you in the chat. Okay. Hold on 1 second. Let me make sure we get this off. Make sure we get this back off the screen. We have somebody that wants to join us this evening. The boxing source is in the back. I flew the kite out there, y'all. So the link is in the description. In the description. It is a link in the description, but not that one. But the link is in the chat. And right now, we got the boxing source coming on. The boxing source, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Manager Marty, what's going on?
I'm doing good, sir. Welcome to the channel, man. How are you?
Doing all good, man. Doing all good, man. Talk with you off and on, in random conversations, but haven't been on your channel. I noticed you've had an interview with my guy YSM too, man.
Yeah, he was here on Tuesday evening, I believe. Tuesday evening.
Yeah. So see y'all was cooking on there, and then I had like a previous conversation about a couple weeks ago, I think it was. So what I'm saying, just reaching out to the family.
Oh man, I appreciate you. I appreciate your support, man. I appreciate your viewership. And you're a family at YSM. You're a family of mine. That's my guy.
Yeah, for sure, man. So just jumping in, chopping in, with the boxing talk, man. So it was like, what other topics you got, man?
Well, let's cook on this. I had a question for you since you seem like you're very knowledgeable about the sport. What's your take on Broner and Don King, man?
Oh man, it was a strange move for me to see. Don King has had a number of events that have been questionable in the past, whether it's been in Hollywood, Florida, Miami, Florida, or whatever it is. So having Broner like go that route is really strange to me, especially with what Broner asked for and usually for his fights. So I really like to see like how this is going to materialize in the near future.
I mean, do you think that Do you think that was the money that Don gave him up front instead of the check, like the cash? You think that was the cash that he gave him up front to kind of make an appeal to him?
Oh, I mean, I don't know. That could have been like a good amount of cash for him, but I guess it was good enough for Adrien Broner to accept. So I guess he got to roll with it. I'm curious to see what he has for his first fight coming up, and also where it's going to be at.
Yeah, that was definitely a good point. Definitely a good point. Shout out to the Rise Podcast. I see you in the chat. Salute.
One time for Senior and Coach Squeeze. Smoothie King, right back at you.
I don't think I think this is I think the Rise Podcast. I'm not familiar with you in the chat. This might be his first time on the channel. So I appreciate your viewership, the Rise Podcast. Salute.
Yeah, that's one of the hardest. Those are the hardest working people out there, man. They be on the lives almost every day, man. I'll be like, man.
Okay, I gotta check their podcasts out. I gotta check them out.
Yeah, they had a good one the other day too, man. So yeah, you can check them out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm gonna check them out. He said I've been here a couple of times. Oh, I apologize. The Rise Podcast. I apologize for that. I overlooked that. I didn't see that. Thank you for coming back. We got Punch Drunk Boxing. He's just coming right on. Punch Drunk, can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's good, Marty, man?
I'm doing well, sir. How about yourself?
I'm doing good. Celebrating St. Patrick's, New York City. Bar hopping. So, but I gotta check you out because you're most needed in this community. You know what I'm saying? You're giving insights about the what happens behind the scenes in the sport of boxing. I think that you're most needed in this community. So I appreciate you, brother.
I appreciate that, man. Absolutely, man. And I have a saying, if you haven't heard it before, Punch Drunk, if only one person learned something about the business of boxing, at least one thing that they didn't know before they even encountered this channel, I'm very satisfied by it. Satisfy me.
Nah, you're mostly appreciated. I think that people really need to. I think when it comes to the fans, they see what's in the surface, but they don't see what's behind the scenes. If they understand what goes behind the scenes of the sport of boxing, they will know that it's. I think the boxing fans should be well educated about what goes behind the scene, like we are with the other sports. You know what I'm saying? We understand the free agency. We understand why things happen in other sports, but in boxing, the fans don't understand what really goes behind the scenes. And I know what goes a little bit behind the scenes. I'm still learning. I got fighters that I do advise. I've been snaked a couple of times. I'm saying pause, but still learning. And I appreciate
You cut in and out. Punch Drunk. You cut in and out. Can you hear us?
you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay.
Oh, I can hear you. I heard you say. I did hear you say that you advised fighters and you got snaked a couple of times. That was the last thing we heard. We heard you say.
Yeah. I advise a couple of fighters. You know what I'm saying? I'm from the Dominican Republic, so I'm attached to a couple of fighters from the Dominican Republic. So I do advise a couple of fighters. Still learning around along the way, and I'm learning not just to be just cool and just facilitate certain deals and stuff like that. Now that I know the sport of boxing, I know it's like every man for themselves. It's a gangster's playground. Boxing is a gangster's playground. You know what I'm saying? Either you're a great lawyer or you're a great street guy. It's either or. You got to be a great lawyer or a great street guy. You got to be a hustler in this game. Only the hustlers of all hustlers survive in the sport of boxing. If you don't got that street savviness, you don't got that hustler savviness, that lawyer type of savviness, you're not gonna survive in the sport of boxing. You're not. It don't matter if you Jay-Z, you come with $1 billion. If you don't got that real street savviness, I'm talking about hustle of all the hustles. You won't satisfy in boxing. And that's why I like your channel. I like what you bring to the table because I could tell a hustler when I see a hustler. I could tell it. You know what I'm saying? And that's how you could survive in the sport of boxing. So I like to have a conversation with people like you.
Oh yes, sir. Indeed. and you know it's crazy. I think it's a combination of both for me because all of my friends and family for many, many years always used to tell me, and still some friends now tell me, in another life I'd be a good attorney. People were still trying to push me to be a lawyer, but I have no interest in it.
I mean, that's why Bob Arum is who he is, right? And that's why Don
I've
King was who he is. It's either you're a great savvy attorney or you a street savvy hustler. You can't survive in this game. You know what I'm saying? That's what I learned. I learned in this game. You can't be nice. You gotta be straightforward. And I'm learning that in this game.
and I'm glad you're learning. That's a very good observation. Al Heyman went to the same school that Bob Arum went to, Harvard. So
Mm.
there you have it. Hey, let me ask you a question. When you say it, punch drunk, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here.
When you say advise, do you communicate with the promoters directly, or do you just advise the fighters to talk to those promoters themselves independently?
I advise with their managers and also with the promoter contract. You know what I'm saying? Some of these guys get the promoter contract. Some of these guys get their manager contract. Some of these guys, you know what I notice about these young fighters? They just see the bonus. They see the bonus and they want to sign right quick. And I'm like, yo, you sure? Are you reading the contract? Like some of these guys I translate because I speak Spanish, right? So I also translate their contract for them. Some of these young fighters just want the bonus and forget about what's also on the deal. Like if you become a champion, you're hooked on a 4 fight deal after you become a champion. Like it's these fighters are, and I know why these promoters and managers go after these guys in the Philippines, Dominican Republic. You know what I'm saying? Because it's easy to get them. They're high, they're skillful, but it's easy. They're vulnerable fighters, so they're gonna sign a vulnerable deal. And that's what I see in the sport of boxing.
Facts.
Yep. And let me point out one more other truth. They're cheaper. You can't
Yeah.
forget that either.
Hmm.
No disrespect to those fighters, but it's cheaper to have somebody who don't understand all the nuances of the business to
Hmm.
compete compared to somebody who's acclimated to the business and or in our case the sport is predominantly right dominated by African Americans or blacks, right?
Hmm.
Not saying that blacks can't be cheated, but at the same time, you would have to come a little bit stronger to appeal to a black person than you
Yeah.
would someone in another country who's not from the United States. You
Hmm.
understand what I'm saying? So you're
Yeah.
absolutely correct on that. Boxing source. You got anything to add to that, brother?
I mean, to follow up with what Punch Drunk was saying is, you got to be like he said, you got to be a hustler or be a lawyer in this game, especially on the lawyer side, because a lot of times you got these promoters that are or were lawyers. So once they bring out them contracts, they'll have all that lingo or language that people or the fighters might understand on face value, but it could mean something else completely. And I know a couple of fighters that have told me that same thing. It's like, they could be given a contract that might, seem like straight up, but it's not. So sometimes they do get advisors or have another attorney that they have to kind of read over those contracts and make sure that they don't get, sideswiped by something.
Yeah, a punch drunk. I would like your take on a Broner and Don King deal. I got my guy here, my family. He joined us right now. My guy D-Town Boxing is with us. Salute to D-Town. What's up, D-Town?
Salute to the family.
Hey, punch drunk. What do you think about that Broner and Don King deal? Since you understand some things that you've seen in contracts when you've advised certain fighters, and then I'll give it the D-Town on that. What you think about that Broner Don King deal, man?
I mean, at, I mean, what's in the surface, right? You know what I'm saying? He left. Al Heyman, then went to the BLK Prime. He fixed that situation. I don't know what happened with that situation. I mean, I think that he's going for the advance money. You know what I'm saying? And he's betting on himself that maybe if he get a fight, he'll pay back. I think that fighters, they go for the advance money. Sometimes, good money, all money is not good money. And I think that's what Adrien Broner is going for, in my opinion. I think he's going for the advance money, and maybe Don King was like, "Hey, yo, I got this money for you. We got this fight for you." And at the end of the day, I don't think that Don King got a network. I'm not sure what type of fight or what type of event they're trying to pull off. I'm not trying. I think that Adrien Broner, from the experience that I know, might be putting himself in a hole. You know what I'm saying? If it's advanced money, he got to pay that back. I don't know. I think a lot of fighters do get these advanced money and forget. And then when their fight comes through, and they be like, "Yo, where my money at? Nah, I gave you that 100. I gave you that 100,000. Remember, I gave you that 100,000." And then they fighting for the money, but I don't know. It's kind of weird to me. Adrien Broner, I think he burned some bridges. I think Don King has burned some bridges with networks. It's like having two has-beens at the same time: a has-been promoter and a has-been fighter. I don't know how is it going to work.
Oh, okay. Good perspective. I feel that. Uh, shout out and salute to BBO Boxing LLC and Dub Right Side. My guys. Y'all go ahead and support their channels, BBO Boxing and Dub Right Side. Good guys. Please subscribe and support their channels. D-Town, what's up, family?
What's going on, my brother?
I see that look on your face, man. What you think about Don King signing Adrien Broner? Oh, tell your wife I said, hey. I got to see, hey.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm blessed, hanging in there. Coming in here messing with you.
You got a good one right there. That guy right there.
Yeah, I know. I got a good one. On the winning side.
That's it. Absolutely. Pleasure to meet you. He's told me some great things about you.
Oh yeah. Well, it's truly a blessing. It's good to hear you too. He said that you his brother. So when you brother, you family.
Absolutely. No doubt about it.
Yeah. It's good to meet you. I just want to come here and speak. That's all.
Indeed. Right. Yes, ma'am. Hey, D-Town, it's on you, bro. What you got for us, man?
So y'all talking about what?
Adrien Broner over there with Don King, man.
I think yeah, I kind of figure, I think Adrien Broner, he's searching just like Terence Crawford, you know what I'm saying? And I think he needs to pay attention, and like we was talking about Terence Crawford, that he need to have some representations, you know what I'm saying, somebody to represent him, far as checking out the contracts, because we all know about Don King. I mean, from his past, I don't know how his present is, but Adrien Broner need to make sure that he pay attention to that contract, because he could be signing his life away. And we see what happened to Mike Tyson, and we know right now, I believe that he's been talking as far as what he was saying, Mayweather, how he need help and stuff like that. That I think Adrien Broner probably need to take a step back and to reevaluate himself in his career, because you could sign your life away and be signed for years and have to get a lawyer to get you out of it. So I don't know the ins and outs that Adrien Broner is searching. I think he's moving pretty fast. Maybe he didn't do his research. I don't know. Not good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. I just think that AB need to take his time and make sure that everything is right. Like I said, I don't know if he did or not, but if he didn't, it's easy to sign your life away. And the same thing that Punch Drunk and Boxing Source was talking about, that I mean, man, I just hope he didn't cross his T's and dot his I's.
Yeah, very good assessment. Now, somebody in the chat said this. BBO boxing. He said this, and I want to make sure I read it so that we can have. Matter of fact, I don't have to read his comment. He's here. He's here live. He just joined us. What's up, BBO?
What's up, brother? What's up to the whole panel, man? How y'all brothers doing?
Doing all right?
Good,
Good.
good.
Bless up, bless up.
So
Good.
BBO, let me set the tone real quick. In your comment, I'm gonna put it on the screen so everybody can see what you said. And
Okay.
you said so it's okay to sign for Uncle Bob, but because Don is black, is a criminal, stop detail. What do you mean by that? What was your take on that, brother?
Well, my thought is not to attack, but the fact is nothing that has done is nothing that Bob hasn't already done. So let's not play like Uncle Bob hasn't robbed Ali. If you remember, when Ali was dead broke, Don King took care of him, fed his family. I'm just thinking about everybody talk about Don. How did he steal all this money from Mike Tyson and he only worth $100 million? At the end of the day, nobody told Mike Tyson to leave $100,000 cars in different cities. Nobody told him to buy these watches and give them to people. And I really think it's unfair that they so quick to kill the black man when Bob is probably one of the dirtiest guys I ever seen in boxing. Everybody that's been good has left him. De La Hoya, Floyd, Sugar Ray Leonard, Muhammad Ali. Whole reason why you got Don King promotions is because how Bob was doing Muhammad Ali. So I just think it's unfair. It's a bad thing when he signed with the big homie who's getting blackballed. It's not hard to see that. That's just my take on it.
Okay, well since you mentioned Detail's name in the comment, I think it's fair. I'll have Detail respond to that. What's your take on that, Detail? Listening to BBO.
Well, the question is what I thought about Adrien Broner signing to Don King. I mean, we're not talking about Al Hammond, we're not talking about Bob Earl, we're not talking about Eddie Hearn, we're not talking about none one of them. We're talking about Don King. And it don't matter who Adrien Broner signed to, he needs to be careful. You know what I'm saying? He needs to make sure that he pay attention to the language and pay attention to the contract to make sure he don't sign his life away, you know what I'm saying, behind somebody putting some slick in there. I'm not saying that, Don King is still doing it. I'm just saying far as Adrien Broner, and far as being a fighter, that the fighters need to pay attention, and it might not be nothing in the contract, you know what I'm saying, that's slick writing. We know that promoters are looking out for themselves, and a lot of the promoters is not really out for the interest of the fighter. Now, when I say that, I'm not saying that like Al Haymon, he's an advisor, you know what I'm saying? I mean, he makes sure that he puts the fighter first because the fighter is their own boss. We know majority of the time when promoters are promoters, they really over the fighters. So I'm just saying that for Adrien Broner, even if he signed to anybody, he needs to pay attention to make sure that everything is right for him because Adrien Broner is moving pretty fast, And like I said, that's my opinion. He might have already done his research. I don't know. But I know Adrien Broner, he's one of those guys like to be flashy. He's one of those guys that's probably worried about what a lot of people think about him. And I know that whatever happened between him and Black Prime, it probably left a stain or a salty taste in his mouth. And he probably just want to hurry up and correct it and let the fans know he's back in the gym and ready to box. So I'm just saying he just needs to pay attention. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, good perspective. BBO, anything else to detail about that part?
I get what you're saying, but we all know when you sign a contract, it really doesn't matter because all contracts can be broken. So at the end of the day, it's just an agreement. And when you see Al Haymon say he's not he's an advisor, that's a way of getting around the Muhammad Ali Act. So he can kind of dip on both sides. So it's really, I guess for me, boxing is so dirty. I really wish we had a commission because even what Al Haymon is doing is wrong. So he not only is he the promoter, he's the manager. So when he used Lou DiBella, Floyd Mayweather Promotions, that's just another way for him to dip on both sides and get around the Muhammad Ali Act. So really, No matter what Adrien Broner do, he can't win. He was 23 years old with $5 million. He made mistakes, but he still somehow became the youngest 4 division world champion in history. And I'm just wondering, how is he moving fast? The man said he's clean. He getting with Bob. That's like getting with your granddad. This is going to be great for him. It's going to be absolutely great for him. You get this kid in here fighting. We all seen he done beat his alcoholism, his drugs, but we talking about a kid that had $5 million cash, D-Town, at 23. And I'm from Ohio, and he's from Cincinnati. That's one of the worst cities in Ohio. So you can't really tell me he made a lot of. Who did he know to do any better? That's just my only perspective. We can't be so hard on our brothers in this sport when you give a kid that kind of money, man. It's not like he was 30 when he got the money. He was 23. But that's just my thought. No disrespect. I'm just more or less saying, man, let's not be so quick to attack Don, and let's applaud Adrien for trying to get his career back on track and not just sitting around.
Well, I mean, once again, like I said that he just needs to pay attention no matter who he signed to. I mean, it's not directed to Don King. The question is what I thought about Adrien Broner signing to Don King. It's not like my brother manager Marty just said something and I picked out Don King. That's not how it went down. So the question was about what do I think about Adrien Broner signing to Don King, and that's the reason why I positioned the question. My answer to his question, and my answer was that no matter who he signed to, he needed to try to pay attention to the language and to the contract. No matter if it's Al Heyman, like I said before, no matter if it's Al Heyman, no matter if it's Bob Earl, no matter if it's DAZN Eddie Hearn, no matter who it is, I just want him to do the best for himself. And if he feel like going to Don King, I have no problem with Don King. I mean, I listen to some of the things that he say and how he settled down and all that. I'm just saying, besides all that, I'm looking in the interest of Adrien Broner that no matter who he signed to, I just want him to be careful. That's what I'm saying.
I respect that. That's a good point. Maybe I misunderstood how it kind of came off. That's my fault.
Now, I think when in the sport of boxing, when managers and promoters give advance money, and then all of a sudden when these fighters get paid or they fight and they want their full pay, but forget that they took advance money and they scream robbery. I think they do that. They do that a lot to managers and promoters, and I just fans should understand. I know a lot of fans ain't privy to the advance money, the stipends, and what they ask, forefront. You know what I'm saying? I think there's a lot of fighters out there also that scream robbery, but they don't tell the fans that they took advance money as well. So yeah, the people got to take note of that.
Like I say, me personally, I like AB. I like AB a whole lot, man. And I wish well for AB, and I hope he, get back on top of his game. I didn't listen to his interviews, how he was talking about how he went down in depression and how, I didn't see some interviews. He was talking about going out and jacking people and selling dope. I seen all these things, and I don't want to see him go down that route. And I sure hate to see that some promoter, whoever it is, rob him to push him down even more than where he just came from, how he tried to build himself back up and how he tried to separate himself from people and how he started, doing his training and stuff. He's saying that I'm ready, and how Black Prime and all these people, Black Prime, they couldn't give him what he wants. And I'm sure it's different situations within that too. But I want to see AB do good. I want AB just to be successful. I want him to get back on his feet and and be part of the sport of boxing and be back up there with the top elite fighters at.
Marty, can I ask you a question?
Yes, indeed.
How many fighters that signed a deal with the lawyers of the promoter or the lawyers of the manager, meaning they don't get their own lawyers? They trust their manager and their promoters to use their lawyers. I think that's a mistake that a lot of young fighters do. How many fighters do you know that sign deals without even a lawyer, an attorney, that they use the attorney of the promoters and the managers? And I think that's what they get hooked on, and a deal that on the long run they start being, unsatisfied with the deal that they signed.
That's a very good question. Well, believe it or not, though, a lot of times attorneys are not even involved. But just to prove your point about attorneys representing the promoters or representing the managers, a lot of times, you know, it gives a it gives a presentation that because there's a lawyer sitting here, this lawyer must know what the language and verbiage means. But yeah, that's true. But that's not your attorney, right? So most times when these contracts are being signed, there is no attorney involved. Not even an attorney for the promoter. Not even an attorney for a manager. It's only a notary sitting right there most of the times. And so, unfortunately, there is no legal representation. But then again, let's look at it this way too. Most lawyers don't understand the business of boxing. You
Facts.
see,
Facts.
just because an attorney is an entertainment lawyer doesn't mean that they know about the business of boxing. You see?
Facts. And that's what I was gonna follow up with, because I was about to say that there aren't a lot of great boxing attorneys. They're just attorneys. I was about to say the same thing. I was gonna follow up with that because I know there's not a lot of great boxing attorneys. They're just entertaining attorney or just regular attorneys that they hire. And I usually tell now the young fighters, get yourself a boxing attorney. A boxing attorney. Don't get yourself them little real estate attorneys or criminal attorneys. Get yourself a boxing attorney that knows the business of boxing. There's not a lot of attorneys out there that knows the business of boxing.
So the way that I encourage people to have good representation without the attorney, and because there's not a lot of attorneys who understand the business, is get you a reputable, knowledgeable, good boxing manager. That's the best representation in this business because you can have an attorney who understands the verbiage, but now when it's time to enforce it in a real life situation in the world of boxing, well, that attorney doesn't have any jurisdiction, but the boxing manager does. You understand what I'm saying? The
Facts.
the
And that's
attorney.
why when it comes to the Earl Spence and Terence Bud Crawford, we learned that Bud Crawford needed to change his attorney because his attorney didn't know what the fuck was going on. Or he didn't know what was going on. So he had to change some attorney. I don't know, from New York City. I don't know. But at this stage of his career, Bud Crawford, at the age of 35, had an attorney that didn't even know what the fuck what was going on. You know what I'm saying? That he needed a chain attorney. I think a lot of people miss on that gap when we're talking about Bud Crawford and Earl Spence. People miss on that gap that Bud Crawford needed to change attorneys because he didn't even know what the fuck his attorney was talking about. He wasn't even familiar with his own attorney. That shit was effed up. Like, and a lot of people didn't emphasize on that.
I wanna ask the panel a question real quick. So, do you think when Ryan Garcia stops Tank, will he be the number one pound for pound fighter? Will that make him the number one guy?
Oh, hold on. Hey, BVO, you're predicting the knockout?
I'm predicting a knockout, ninth round knockout. In my opinion, I think it's gonna be a knockout ninth round.
You okay? Let me make sure I'm hearing this right, so we can make sure the panel is on the same page. So, was your question that when Ryan Garcia knock out Tank, or will when Tank knock out Ryan Garcia? Which one were you saying?
What I was saying is when Ryan stops Tank, will that make him the number one fighter in the world? Because it looks like Canelo is starting to fade. That's what I was wondering. Because I know one of those guys. In my opinion, I think Ryan's going to stop Tank. But you think either one would be number one in boxing once whoever wins that fight?
Mm. Nah, man. I think there's a lot of great fighters out there, man. Look at Stephen Fulton, Inoue. Whoever wins from that fight, if Stephen
I mean
Fulton beats
star. Let me
Inoue,
clear. I mean star. Let me clear that up. I mean star.
oh,
That's what
okay.
I mean. Number one.
Um, in terms of fan base, I think you are a star depending on the following. You know what I'm saying? If they propel you to be that type of star, I think Gervonta Davis is a star already. I think that Ryan Garcia is a star. Canelo Alvarez is just a star. You know what I'm saying? He his what he's done in his career, his resume, and things of that nature, and his following. He got a country behind him. What a country get behind Gervonta Davis? What a country get behind him? You know, that's the question. And I think that, you know what I'm saying, everybody know who Gervonta Davis is. He's selling out everywhere he goes. Um, Ryan Garcia is known. I don't know yet, but I do think that is debatable though. I hope so. I do hope so, especially in our soil, in American soil, that we got our superstar. And I mean, Gervonta Davis doing a hell of a job in selling out the crowds and getting himself in position. And I want to say this about Gervonta Davis. A lot of people feel like Gervonta Davis fan base is Floyd Mayweather fan base. I really don't think it is. Gervonta Davis is celebrated everywhere he goes. Floyd Mayweather was getting booed. I think Gervonta Davis got his own fan base. It's not a Floyd Mayweather fan base. I think Gervonta Davis got his own fan base, and I think that people need to credit Gervonta Davis himself for the fan base that he has gained.
What you got on that punch drunk? BBO said that Ryan's going to basically knock out Tank, and when he does, he'll be the A side, or not even just the A side. He'll be the face of boxing. What you got on that punch? I mean, not punch. The boxing source. Excuse me. I'm sorry, punch. Boxing source.
Yeah. On this note, like this particular fight here between Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia is like the battle to see who the next star is in the sport of boxing. Kind of like follow, what's been going on in reference to the press tour and all the talk that's been happening outside of that. This, particular event has the makings of being a really big event when it comes to the sport of boxing. Like, I've said 1 million pay-per-view buys. Don't be surprised if it hits 1 million pay-per-view buys for this particular fight. you know. And with that being said, like you don't see that coming from anyone out here, outside of Canelo. And to have someone like, Punch Drug said with Tank Davis that has a following of fans that are actual fans that come to his fights and cheer him on. And also with Ryan Garcia, you do have that. But you also have like on the other side, like a fan of Ryan Garcia is not gonna like, Tank Davis. Fan of Tank Davis ain't really liking Ryan Garcia. So it has all of those elements there for this particular fight to be a really big event. And the winner of this will be the face of boxing. So if Ryan Garcia does defeat and stop Tank, yes, he'll take the mantle as the face of boxing.
D-Town, how you gonna air fry on this? What you think, man?
I mean, everybody has their own opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, that's what that is. But for me, I believe Tank Davis would. If anybody get knocked out, it's gonna be Ryan Garcia get knocked out. I believe that if Ryan Garcia win, I think he'll win by points. I put it that way. But as far as knockout, I believe that Tank Davis will knock out Ryan Garcia because I don't believe his chin is durable like Tank's. And I ain't saying. I mean, what it is what it is. And me personally, like they were saying that they both have different fans. I mean, some fans might start hating, because one person or fighter won, and the other ones might like it. I mean, I don't know, but I believe that I don't think that they will be over every fighter that fights. I believe down there in that weight class or somewhere around there, I think that, it just would they would say that, hey, these two guys might be, or that guy who won might be that guy. But you still got Devin Haney and all these other guys also. So I mean, it's hard to look at. I mean, everybody has their own opinion. So I mean, I don't think that. I mean, it's a toss up. You ask me.
Yeah, I didn't think that Gervonta Davis will have that type of stipulation. I don't know if it's Gervonta Davis or his management. But I think somebody is intimidated by Ryan Garcia. I could say that somebody's intimidated by Ryan Garcia because they wouldn't have that type of stipulation. You know what I'm saying? Gervonta Davis is the most proven. Overall, his skill set is probably more than Ryan Garcia. I don't understand why they have that stipulation. Even when he went to the 140, he knocked out Mario Barrios. So there's some intimidation by Ryan Garcia. I don't know who it is, whether it's Tank, his team, his management team, but there is some intimidation going on.
You know what's funny, man? If you look at what how Tank is doing, he looks scared to death. I mean, you talking about rehydration clause. I mean, the thing that people missing is Ryan Garcia has the edge in the trainer battle. You can't tell me that Calvin Ford is a better trainer than Joe Goosen. I think people really sleeping on the fact that Joe Goosen has been shown over the years to be a really great teacher. He's always improved everybody he's worked with. You're talking about Ryan, who can come in with a nice stiff jab, keep resetting Tank, and we all know Tank fights down to the level of his competition. Tank never goes up another level. He always comes down to where that person is. And just think, the way he got hit the Garcia, if you take those same punches from Ryan, he's going right to bed. And I don't know how people don't see that. I'm telling you, that is an early sign right there. I mean, this dude is scared to death. And remember, Oscar De La Hoya did beat Sweet Pea, and Sweet Pea had, quote unquote, way more talent, way more skill. So that really goes out the window in fights like this. But I'm just excited to see him fight. And I just hope that Ryan Garcia or Tank, but I think Ryan's going to win, gets full credit for that win, man, because he's going to brutally knock out Tank, and people are going to be shocked, man. I can't wait to see it, man.
I don't know. I don't see it that way. I see that to me it looked like Ryan Garcia was more shook to me when I seen them both standing up face to face. And I mean, you can have a great trainer, but it matters about the fighter when he gets in the ring. I mean, your trainer can't fight for you, the fans can't fight for you. You know, that's like taking the test. I could go at home and study and get all the answers right, but then when I go and take the test and they tell you, hey, you got like an hour to take the test, sometimes you forget some of your questions. I mean, some of the answers to the questions. So I mean, it all revolves around when they get in the ring. You know, can Ryan Garcia perform? Can he remember everything that he needs to do? Do he got adjustments? And then not just Ryan Garcia, also Tank Davis. But I believe that Tank Davis, you know, as far as being out there in front of the lights, you know, around a lot of people and feeling that, you know, I believe that he been there and done that. Not saying that that takes anything away from Ryan Garcia, because they take one punch to change the whole outcome. I mean, you could win 11 and a half rounds and get knocked out in the last half. So I mean, I didn't see that Tank Davis looked nervous or anything like that. I think if anybody looked nervous or timid, it was Ryan Garcia.
Didn't Tank have a purse on and nails paint? Man, you telling me he looked intimidating to Ryan? I mean, seriously, we got to be honest here. This guy had his nails done. He had like a purple fur, like barrettes in his whatever he was doing, man. He was only missing a tongue ring. If we look at the fact how Tank was looking, there's no way you can say that he was intimidating Ryan. Ryan said, I'm going to stop you. I'm going to put you in the hospital. Who you ever hear tell Tank that? He told Tank to his face, I'm going to put you in the hospital. I want to really hurt you bad. And when have you ever seen a Joe Goosen fighter not come prepared? So
that's all talk, though. I mean, anybody can say that. I mean, that don't do anything. That don't help your chin. That don't help anything about you when you talk. I mean, people say they're going to knock out Mike Tyson and say they're going to whoop Floyd, and none of that's, you know, don't get me wrong, Mike Tyson lost. But I mean, just get hitting on the chin and you saying all that nonsense don't mean nothing. I mean, you got to get in there and do what you have to do. I mean, the person can look like a faggot getting there. We didn't see faggots beat up hardcore guys. I mean, so it really don't even matter.
Hey, you rough D-Town. I ain't go that far. You see D-Town, he take you right to the curb. You got to watch him, man.
Yeah, man. Salute, brother. Hey, I cut for you, man. I cut for you.
Hey, we got DC Jeroy on. What's up, DC Jeroy?
What's going on, brother Marty? Hey, what's going on, fellas? Peace to everybody. Just wanted to kind of jump in for a second because it related to the topic of if Ryan beats Tank, does he become the face of boxing? And I think it's an interesting question, right? But for me, we have to look at the fan base, right? And so Ryan, he has a really big fan base, but they're more so internet. You know, he's got he's become popular from being on the internet, right? And so the casual supporter of Ryan, I think, I don't want to say majority, but I don't think a lot of his fans are real, true, authentic boxing fans. I think they just more so kind of into that younger generation is kind of following Ryan. So if he does beat Tank, if he should become the face of boxing, I think it would be more so strictly from the standpoint of him having a base of or followers that aren't really, you know what I mean, avid boxing fans. And so I think that's the danger, you know, of having a guy that has come up through the ranks like Tank, you know, Tank selling out the gates, right? Ryan ain't never been on pay-per-view before. I mean, so when we're talking about the star power, I mean, is there really a comparison? So if I had to answer that question, I would say no, he doesn't become the face of boxing, because when we're talking about boxing, I think we're talking about real fans, not people that just drive by fans. That's what boxing. So
They count
that's
too.
But I think that
They count too.
boxing does value the casual fans. Like there are fans that love the Mike Tyson, but they wouldn't tune into anything else. You know what I'm saying? There is a lot of Manny Pacquiao fans that now that Manny Pacquiao's retired, those fan bases are not in the sport of boxing. So I think we need to, you know, we need to value those type of fans as well. You know what I'm saying? Not everybody's a hardcore boxing fan. You know what I'm saying? But in boxing, it is a niche sport right now. It is the type of fan that I'm a Gervonta Davis fan. Like if you go to Gervonta Davis event, you will see that these people are just for Gervonta Davis. They don't give a damn if it's Hector Garcia is across the ring. They don't care if it's Rolly. They are here to see Tank Davis, and if Tank Davis is not fighting, they're not into the sport of boxing. And it goes the same way for Ryan Garcia, and it goes the same way for a lot of fighters like Canelo Alvarez, like Anthony Joshua, like Tyson Fury, like Deontay Wilder, all these guys. So um I do see the Ryan Garcia fan. I do see the Gervonta Davis fan, and then I do see the hardcore boxing fan. I think everything you gotta value everything. Tim Smith said that. I mean, Tim Smith from PBC said Earl Spence and Bud Crawford fans, they're gonna rob the fight. Me, probably they feel like there wasn't no casual fans for that fight. You know what I'm saying? I just feel like boxing is a sport that just has everybody coming to the sport of boxing. They leave, they go, they come, they go, they come. You know, it is what it is.
We the number one sport, man. Don't be confused and not remember one of the biggest dudes on the internet, Jake Paul, Logan Paul, came to boxing. Let's not forget that Ryan Garcia just got off a Gatorade commercial with Damian Lillard, who was just on the top 75 players in the NBA. So to say that Ryan only got casual fans, at the end of the day, the only boxers that really ever mattered in boxing is guys who draw everybody. Whether you Muhammad, whether you Sugar Shane Mosley, whether you Sugar Ray Robinson, Floyd. That's why Floyd was on Dancing with the Stars, man. My man Marty really told me something I never thought about. You got to market yourself in this game.
And this
Now,
is
at the end
why,
of
and this is why that's the biggest fight right now in the sport of boxing, because Tank and Ryan, you know what I'm saying, they bring everybody into the sport of boxing.
Can you
That's why
see the
that's the
Gatorade?
biggest fight.
Can you see that Gatorade
but
commercial with Tank on the floor asleep, Ryan standing over him? That would, man. Can you imagine how many views that would get? And I
but let's
go ahead.
let me be clear for a second. If I sounded that way, I don't want to offend anybody if from the standpoint of being a boxing fan, but to the point that you were just making, right? So Gatorade commercials and things of that nature. Ryan have more people following him on the internet than he does showing up for his fights, right? So that's interesting to me. That says something, right?
Hmm.
And so that's the point that I'm trying to get to. Like, I don't want to discredit the work that he's done.
Hmm.
You know, and the endorsements, you know, that's a very powerful move to make. But when you can't even produce a percentage of your followers that you have on online, Instagram, and they're not showing up for your fight, that means that there's some type of disconnect there to me in my mind. And so that's to kind of go back why I was saying that when we're talking about being the face of boxing, I think, you know, we have these younger generations, man, that get caught on, you know, to the sensation of being online and, you know, being popular. And I mean, let's be honest, you know, they call him what the next golden boy. So he has the looks and so forth. Ryan has a lot of female followers, you know what I mean? And so I don't know if that translates over to boxing becoming a new face in boxing more so than where he already is, just a popular icon. I think is what I'm trying to get to.
He's never had a fight. He's not. The thing is, Ryan has never had a real fight other than Luke Campbell. And what you really got as a prospect going against a seasoned contender against Tank. So really, what you basically seeing is a guy who really, technically, in our hardcore boxing terms, doesn't belong in the ring with him. But at the end of the day, this is when we see the biggest things happen, man. And you know how boxing is. We seen Ali lose to a guy who had 4 fights. So I mean, I'm just telling you, man. Just off what I've seen with Joe Goosen, I'm looking at the size. I didn't realize Tank was that small compared to Ryan. I'm like,
oh yeah,
Jesus Christ, he about to kill this kid. Like,
yeah, I want to say, Marty, thank you for having me on the panel. Everybody on the panel, man. God bless everybody. Hope you have a great weekend. I gotta be out, you know what I'm saying? St. Patrick's, let me get a little bar.
Oh man,
you know,
you
I'm
about
bar
to,
hopping
oh
every time,
man, it's about to go crazy out there.
yeah, man. But God bless each and every one of y'all, man. Thank you for having me on the panel. God bless, and everybody on the chat as well. Peace out.
Sure.
Peace out, man. Thanks for joining us, man. Appreciate it. So BVO. So to DC Jeroy's point, and I had made a reference to this earlier when I was referring to Terence Bud Crawford, how Bud Crawford, he actually can do 1 million views on regular ESPN, but when he's on pay-per-view with ESPN, those numbers don't translate into his pay-per-view numbers to appeal to that pay-per-view audience. With you saying that Tank Davis would be the face of boxing if he beats Tank, you said also that he's not experienced enough to be in a ring with Tank. How much of that confidence do you have that he's actually going to knock him out if you think that he's not skilled enough to be in a ring with a seasoned vet like Tank?
No, what I mean when I say I don't think he's not skilled enough, what I'm saying is his experience will tell you he might not deserve it. But I really believe this is an Oscar De La Hoya Floyd moment. I don't think people realizing this. This is just 2000. I think was it 2006. This is 2006 all over again. You got Floyd, and you have De La Hoya, and this time you got Tank and you got Ryan. And if he can beat Tank, Tank got a lot of juice with him. You know he's going to absorb some of that power that Tank has, some of that buying power, because then it's going to legitimize him, and he's already popular. So then the casual and the regular fans come together, and that's when you get superstars. This is one of these fights, man. People are really sleeping on how big this is for the sport. This is huge, man. And if Tank wins, I think it can go either way. If Tank wins, all of a sudden you got to see him on the mainstream that this is the guy that beat Ryan Garcia, who's going to get it ring commercials. You see what I mean? So either way, it's going to be a great fight. I just really think the trainer aspect is very slept on, and there's no way I believe Calvin Ford can compete with Joe Goosen in the ring. I just don't, game plan wise. I know people say he can't fight for him, but boxing is 80% mental. I really believe that.
But yeah, but like I say, it's for the fighter. It's for the fighter, not the coach. You know, but me personally, I'm happy for both of these guys. I'm happy that they actually making the fight, because it's a lot of people that you would think that will be clamoring and running to make fights, and they not. You know what I'm saying? So it's good to see that the young guys are stepping up to the plate to actually give the fans the fight they want to see. Because I want to know. I want to see this fight right here. I mean, man, I always wondered, man, Tank get in there with Ryan Garcia, or Ryan get in there with Devin Haney, or Devin Haney get in there with Shakur. I mean, I'm wondering, and and I'm happy to see these guys moving that way.
Yeah, I don't understand I understand why people give Devin Haney a lot of love, but I mean, at the end of the day, he has fought nobody either, man. He says, I'm going to fight Sugar Shakur at 147. If that's not the most cowardice thing I ever heard, I mean, after Loma, it should be Sugar Shakur. You on the same side of the street, man. So it's just people make examples of people that they like. You really got to just call it how you see it, man. I don't understand the big deal about Devin Haney, man. Devin Haney had the belt emailed to him twice. Who did he beat for those belts? Nobody. Who has he beat in his entire career as undisputed champion at lightweight? Who has he beat?
I mean, after Gambosa, you know what I mean. You make a great point, but let me. So I think the boxers. I'm not going to say are smarter today. They're just different, right? We can say this across NBA, guys leaving one team to
Mhm.
go to another team. We can say it about football. And the case is the same for boxing, right? So boxers know if I fight now and I take a loss, my big payday is in jeopardy 2 or 3 or 4 years down the road. Now, is that right? I'm not going to make that argument because I'm not fighting for millions. But if you're considering, this is your career, you want to invest, right? And so I think the way that their mindsets are set today is I have to invest in myself and look at the longevity of my career. And so if I take a L today versus, for the first time 2 or 3 years, I can kind of, you know, get more money out of this. And so, but the flip side of that coin is that the fans don't get to see that fight that we want to see and dare to be great. And that is different from 15 years ago, 20 years ago when we were seeing a different type of mentality. But I'll add this piece, and pass it on. I think when we're talking about, you know, uh, Devin Haney, when we're talking about Shakur Stevenson, when we're talking about Tank and those guys that are at that 135, I look at levels. And so when I look at levels, Ryan Garcia, is aside from what he's known for you know, on the internet, I don't put him up in that top tier yet, right? And so um, when I look at this fight, and you talk about
Mhm.
Calvin Ford as a trainer, the one thing that can't be attested to is the dog, right? And so both of those guys are exceptional boxers. Tank never get the credit that he needs or that he deserves as a boxer. A lot of people underrate him or look over him. I'm not saying that
Yep.
you are, but that other piece that people tend to forget is Tank is a dog, and that's something that you can't coach, you can't teach. When you talk about mentality, either you have that or you don't. That's going to be the difference in this fight, I believe. And I don't think Ryan is ready to match or be able to meet that same level of dog that Tank has. And that's going
Yeah,
to be the
yeah, to
difference.
get to that particular level of, like you got to take it to that next level. Like you got to grind it out or something like that. Like both of these guys have had extensive careers in boxing, whether it's professional or in the amateurs. Both of them have been boxing since like 6 years old or so. Now with Ryan Garcia, this is like his first fight at this high level, against a guy that's been a multiple weight world champion. So it's not just having that atmosphere that he's kind of being brand new to. Is going up against a fighter like that. Like y'all talking
Mm-hmm.
about, Luke Campbell. Luke Campbell is, been a contender there, lightweight, but he isn't like quite there as far as like an elite fighter. And that's
Nope.
what you have here with Tank as an elite fighter. And so, yeah, we're going to see what Ryan Garcia is going to do there in the ring against someone like Tank. Whether he has a Hall of Fame trainer Joe Goosen in there or not. Like he'll have to be the one that's in the ring to make those adjustments on the fly. What will he do if Tank Davis, tries to have his high guard and walk forward to try to get in range and throw his power shots? What is he going to do then? So we're going to see on April 22nd how he's going to be able to make those adjustments on the fly.
But you just said something that wasn't true this there. You said Tank is a multiple division champion. No, he's not. He won regular belts. He was not the super champion anywhere else but 130. So that again is just good marketing. At the end of the day, you talking about a one-time champion because he won regular championships. He's a three-division champion. That's cap, man. I honestly can say with Tank, he's a great fighter. I love Tank. Just like you say, he's a dog. He's a dog because he's from Baltimore. We
No.
we see we seen it over the years. Just because how somebody acts don't mean they a dog. I mean, I really seen Leo Santa Cruz giving it to Tank. He just wasn't big enough to stop him. So I mean, Tank's not this unbeatable guy, but I'm not trying to discredit Tank. But we all know what a coach would do to somebody. We seen Eddie Futch turn fighters like Joe Frazier, Ken Norton into these great fighters from his training. So we cannot discredit training, man. I'm telling you, that is very important. Training If you don't think training is important, look at Jermell Charlo, what he is now that he's with Derrick James. The guy who was known as a boxer is now a knockout artist because of Derrick James. So you really can't count out a trainer, man. Not fighting for you or not, but that teaching is huge, man. You see what Tyson Fury is with Sugar Hill. Let's not act like training is not important, man.
Oh no, not at no part of this panel would I believe anybody will say training is not important. I think that the point that was trying to be made is, training can get you to a certain level, and then the rest has to be carried out by the fighter. And so for me, when I say Tank is a dog, by no stretch of the imagination am I speaking because he's from Baltimore. I'm speaking from the standpoint of we've seen Tank take some hits on the chin. So he can take a hit. He can get down in the trenches. We've seen him down in cards. We've seen him, at a disadvantage. But for some reason, he's still undefeated. So I'm talking about from the standpoint of being tested more. We've seen when Ryan get tested by Luke Campbell, right? I mean, he got up and he did what he was supposed to do. So he showed that he could persevere. But we're talking about Luke Campbell that sat him down, and he was being sloppy with that low guard. So he got caught. He's susceptible to it. But I just think at the end of it all, I don't want to say, just because Tank is from Baltimore, that makes him a dog. I'm referencing the fights and what he's had to go through to get to where he is, and the mentality and the temperament that he's shown in the boxing ring. Nothing else.
It don't take a dog to get off the canvas and stop somebody.
Oh no, I'm not saying that it doesn't, and that's why I said I want to give. But what we saw, really, that was Ryan's. Well, two things. One, that was Ryan's, real test as far as someone that is of a decent or better caliber fighter. So we saw the type of challenge that he had there. But then we're talking about Luke Campbell too, right? And I don't want to discredit and make it seem like his career doesn't mean anything, but I mean, we're talking about Luke Campbell, so that's not Tank.
The
right?
gold medalist.
He's 5'5".
Are you talking about the guy with the gold medal?
Say that again.
The one with the gold medal, Luke Campbell, who won the gold medal.
Yeah, but that's not.
No.
Ryan
I'm
asking,
at that time. Did he win the gold medal? You saying he didn't do anything? So okay, so we got to give people their credit, man. You can't take.
No. That's why I said I don't want to take. I don't want to take credit. So of course he won the gold medal, but we also have to factor in that, none of us are the same versions of ourselves 5 years ago, right?
Right.
So, and that's really the point that I'm trying to make, not to discredit that he didn't win the gold medal, or he's an Olympian, so did Hector Garcia, right? But, it at the end of it all, it's where do we stand today and what do we have to use to go off of, our decision making. And so I can get with the fact that you're saying that's where you are with Ryan, but when we look at the tell of the tape between the two, the caliber of fighters that they each have fought, the type of positions that they've been in within those fights, the tools that each of them have, all of that points towards Tank in from my view.
Let me get this Cash App real quick and these acknowledgments. Salute to Dahlia. Thank you for the Cash App. She says this is a great show. I also want to salute and acknowledge the ladies in the chat. You already know if you've been on this channel, I always try to make sure I acknowledge the women and the ladies that support the sport of boxing and even support my channel in particular because they matter, they are important, and women's boxing is coming up on the rise, and to have women in the chat in a male-dominated sport, I think they ought to be recognized, and so that's why I always make sure I acknowledge them, especially when they support the channel. So salute to you, Diana. Of course, Dahlia, salute to you. Christiana Fights, this is the first time I think I've seen you in the chat here, so I welcome you. Valerie Nipper, I think this is the first time I've seen you in the chat as well, so I want to acknowledge you both and all of the women. Salute to you all, you queens, and I welcome you on the channel.
Hey, Manager Marty, let me ask you a question since we should have a very nice treat coming up next week.
Yes,
and
sir.
I heard you say that you were going to get there. So if I'm being premature, let me know. But this this David Benavidez versus Caleb Plant fight, and it's a nice undercard, by the way, as well. But um, I'm interested in knowing from your perspective, and I know you don't give predictions, but looking at the two fighters, which you understand, can you at least talk to us about styles and what do you think about the styles of each fighter and how they may come into effect for this fight without predicting a winner?
Absolutely, I'm really good at that part, given the strengths and weaknesses of fighters. Um, so yeah, I think that's a good question. I've made reference to this on my channel, and I also made references on other people's panel, and I'll do it again here tonight. Um, I believe that this is going to be a good fight while it lasts, and I say that because I see a lot of weaknesses uh, and technical flaws in David Benavidez that most people may not acknowledge or even see because he goes in
Mm-hmm.
there and he gets the job done and knock people out.
Mm-hmm.
But one of the things I always do when I watch fights as a fan, now I've been trained as a judge, so I be trying to make sure that I'm just watching a fight as a fan because I can't stop watching fights as a judge.
Mm-hmm.
But I always look at fighters' footwork and their legs. It's usually the first things I look at when I watch as a fan. And Benavidez, to me, he lifts that back foot up too much when he's throwing the combination of punches. I want to see him sit down on his punches to produce that power. Um, I also see that Benavidez, every time a fighter throws punches back at him, instead of him moving his head, he go in what we call the earmuffs, where he puts his hands up
Mm-hmm.
to his face and then he take a half step back. So that can be a benefit to Plant when Plant wants to advance him and show him that you will not bully me this evening. I'm going to be the bully. And so, with that being said, what I believe Plant's going to have to do is he's going to have to mix up the attack. In some rounds, he's going to definitely have to get into his chest the same way J Rock did when he fought Herb. I believe that if Plant stick to that game plan where he stay in his chest, I mean get close, catch him on the break, stay in his chest, go to his body, and right after you wipe his nose with that left hook, hold him a little bit. Not excessively, but just enough to get your bearings together, take a deep breath, and basically neutralize his reach advantage. Then on some other rounds, he's going to have to jump on his bicycle. He's going to have to use lateral movement because, Benavidez is going to keep coming. That's just how that's going to go down. He's not going to
Mm-hmm.
stop coming all night, and he definitely has a chin. So I think that if Plant just stick to the game plan and try to outbox him some rounds, you know, move his head, frustrate Benavidez, and stay in his chest on other rounds, get that holding going on, attack that body, and when he throws the jab, when Benavidez do the earmuffs, which we call in the boxing, where the fighter just putting up both hands to block his face, you take that left jab and you stiffly jab him right in the middle of his gut, the same way Charlo did to Banana. That kid, what's this guy's name? The one that beat
Mr.
J Rock.
Rosario.
Rosario, there you go. The same way he did with him. That you wanna drain that air up out of him because he ain't gonna stop coming. And for Benavidez, keep cutting that ring off because Plant gonna move. Keep cutting
Mm-hmm.
that ring off. Sit down on them punches, and then you do those combinations, and then you just bully him because in the later round, sometimes Plant kind of drains out a little bit, especially
Mm-hmm.
when he does too much run on the bicycle. So this is gonna be an intriguing fight while it lasts, and that's my take on it.
Okay. Okay. That's good for you. That's excellent uh, analysis. Okay.
So I have a question for you then. Since BBO talked about Ryan Garcia knocking out Tank, do you see that happening in your opinion, your assessment that Ryan Garcia can actually knock Tank out?
So I'm at, well, I think I heard two things. One, do I see it happening, or do I see it happening? No. Obviously Ryan has the speed and the power to do it. I think like I said earlier, I think Tank is a much more smarter fighter. Did I drop off? Am I still on?
You still on?
Okay.
Yeah, you still on. You still on. Yes, sir.
My apologies. I think Tank is a much more smarter fighter than people give him credit for. Um, and so I don't see Ryan knocking Tank out. I have it the opposite way. I have Tank with a knockout stoppage somewhere around about, I want to say ninth, maybe 10th round, somewhere around there. I think Tank does what Tank does, which is he downloads the data, he calculates it, and he takes advantage of some of the things and the weaknesses that we see from that Ryan has. I think Tank figures it out and he gets a stoppage. So that's how I see that fight going.
Yeah, good assessment. And so I have a question for everybody on the panel. Gervonta Tank Davis is the A side in this fight. We all know that. If Ryan Garcia win, does that automatically make him the A side? Now I'm not talking about the face of boxing, because of course the face of boxing is like the whole sport. But in the next fights that he have, including the rematch, because he's definitely, if he wins, Gervonta Tank Davis does have a rematch clause, to my understanding. If Tank wins, will he be the A side in the rematch? Number one, and number two, will he be the A side in the rest of his career as far as boxing is concerned after he beats Tank?
Well, from a contract perspective, I'm not sure if Ryan's still going to be the A side even if he wins. And that type of thing has happened before. But he would be, like I said before, he would be the face of boxing if he does get a win over Tank Davis. It's just that, as far as like getting the most money, I'm not sure if he'll be able to, have that type of power in the rematch, though. I think they already signed that type of agreement when they made this fight originally. So,
Yeah, and at least there were rumors. I don't know if it's true. There were rumors that was part of the hang up, right? That Oscar wanted to, if Ryan wins and Tank loses, that Ryan becomes the A side so they can get, the lead with their promotion and network. But as far as does he become the A side, does Tank continue to be the A side moving forward? I think he does, right? One fight, I don't does not necessarily equate to you automatically becoming the B side, right? Does it happen immediately after the loss? I guess it really depends on who Tank fight next, right? So if I don't know if he would do that, but hypothetically speaking, he loses to Ryan. Well, and there is that rematch, but if he loses to Ryan twice and then he fights a Shakur, I think argumentatively, then Shakur probably is the A side, right?
Oh
So
my God.
you on that note, because we've had a couple of examples like this before, right? Well, at least one when Andy Ruiz beat Anthony Joshua at MSG 2019. The rematch, yeah, Ruiz was the first on the docket, but Joshua got the most money. Probably was the same way when Joshua lost to Usyk, and then you may have it again when Canelo faces Bivol. Bivol beat Canelo, but is Bivol going to get the most money on the rematch? Nah. So there you go.
It's funny, man. Just listening to my brother with the real calm voice, Mr. Roger style calm. He sound like a good brother, man. But I'll tell you this. Basically, what you're telling me is Ryan can't win. So if he beats or stops Tank, he's not going to be the A side. So if he beat him twice, he still wouldn't be the A side with Sugar Shakur, who's a ballroom fighter. I mean, that's totally ridiculous. If he beats Tank, we talking about, and let's not forget how race plays into boxing. They really love to go against the Black American fighter. So you telling me the white, so to speak, Mexican won't be the biggest thing in the world since sliced bread if he beats Tank? Come on now, let's not be so much in love with Tank the fighter that we forget how this country works and how businesses always work. This would be so massive. We talking about they might put him up there. Remember they was calling Lomachenko better than Ali. You remember that? Y'all remember that? How quick we forget.
Yeah.
Let's not play like we're not in America, baby. If this dude stops Tank, like I think he will, we talking about we're gonna see him on every commercial. He's gonna be on Jimmy Kimmel. Hey Marty, am I wrong? He's gonna be everywhere.
Hey, you might have like if Ryan beats Tank and stops Tank, that might be a break the internet moment. I'll just say that.
The man has 9 million followers, and they say he's not a boxing star. At the end of the day, his color and him being a Mexican alone is just going to push him to unbelievable heights that Tank will hope to get. If he fights Sugar, if he beats, that's what I want to see him do. I want to see him beat Tank, beat Loma, and then stop Sugar Shakur. And then if he does that, what more can you say? I mean, let's not get carried away here, man. If he beats Tank, man, he's gonna be the biggest thing in the world under heavyweight. It's just that simple. Because people say, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that, those ifs, and I know I get what you're saying. So should Ryan beat Tank, then fight Lomo, and then fight Shakur, and he beat them, then yes, we're having a much different discussion, right? But then that's because we would have had the chance to see the pedigree in which he's gone through. Right now, it's hard to say that because he hasn't gone up against those guys. And so that changes the narrative drastically if, it plays out that way. But what I was saying earlier is, contractually, I think Ryan becomes the A side in the rematch contractually. But what Marty was asking is, for future fights, does Tank still stay the A side? And so I was talking about fights outside or away from Ryan, in that situation. But I mean, does Ryan have a chance? He definitely does, right? I mean, he has a decent jab. He has a really good left hook. He has some tools. He also has some flaws. But does Ryan have a chance to beat Tank? He does. Probably even more so. I don't know. And sometimes I get into a little bit of trouble talking with some of my friends, and so my uncle here, he has he trains boxers and so forth, diamonds in the rough here in the DC area, right? So he works with kids, and we got a cat that's gone professional. But we get into these discussions, and so I won't walk through it now, but I would say at some point look at Ryan's fights and look at Tank's fights, right, previously, and look at who they fought. And when you sit down and compare the track record between the two and the caliber of fighters, I think forget everything else for a second and just look at who they fought. I think the resume, or I know the resume, is much different and much better than Ryan's. And that's really where I start, right? And so then from there, when we start piling on some of those other things, the capabilities, the tools, the boxing skills, the mentality, all that, and I think those become, the pros and cons. But let's just look at, and if we were to be honest this evening, I think we would all have to come to a mutual agreement and say that, at least from a resume standpoint, Tank's resume is better, hands down.
Man, this is the thing. That was created. I mean, I'm telling you, he was doing a flat-footed Mexican tour his whole career. Who has he really fought that was a live dog? I mean, let's just be honest. He never fought anybody like Orion. I'm just telling you, man. I get and I'm not even a big Ryan Garcia fan. I just got to go off what I see, man. But he when he stops, when he stops Tank, I hope you give him credit, man. I hope you give him full credit, man. I hope you do, man.
BBO. Speaking of credit, let me give credit to my guy Incel. Thank you for your Cash App, Incel, and for always supporting the channel. And I want to give credit to Mr. AMG. Thank you for your contribution, also, Mr. AMG, as always, for supporting the channel. He says salute M&M, which means Manager Marty and D-Town. Just adding color to the chat. Speaking of D-Town, I mean, BVO, he's standing on his square with this thing here, D-Town. I mean, what's your take on this Ryan Garcia, Tank Davis A-side deal here, man?
I mean, it could go either way. I mean, you got these trainers, and promoters. They can move their fighters different kind of ways if they win. When you got black against Hispanic, I mean, they can go a different route. I mean, it's all kind of ways you can look at it. I mean, you can't just look at it at one point. I mean, like he was saying, Oscar De La Hoya and Floyd Money Mayweather, you can look at it that way. You can look at it that, hey, this promoter right here is going to push his fighter if he wins, to go this route, to be one of the biggest stars. I mean, you could talk behind a person and make everybody believe what you're saying, and people will go that route. So, I mean, it's just different ways you could go at it, and I just wish the best for both. For me personally, I don't even think Ryan Garcia could beat Santa Cruz. You know what I'm saying? I think Santa Cruz would knock Ryan Garcia out. I don't think Ryan Garcia is on the level of Santa Cruz. So what I'm saying is,
you talking about Leo? Are you talking about Leo Santa Cruz?
Yeah, Santa Cruz. Yeah, the one Ryan.
The one that ducked Gary Russell Jr. That one.
We talking about Ryan Garcia.
No, but I'm making sure I'm thinking about the right guy.
The Hispanic one, the one that got the big ears, the one that Tank Davis hit, and that dude went out. Okay,
I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I don't even think that Ryan Garcia,
a world champ. He was a world champ.
Yeah, I don't think Ryan Garcia could beat him, and I think Ryan Garcia have trouble with Mario Barrios. I'm not saying that Mario Barrios would beat Ryan Garcia. I'm just saying I think he'll have a little trouble with him. That's all I'm saying. I think Ryan would beat him. I think he'll have more trouble than Tank had.
Didn't Tank have trouble with him? Didn't Tank have trouble with him too?
I said a little bit more. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm saying a little bit more. I'm not saying no. Ryan Garcia will beat Mario Barrios, but I don't think Ryan Garcia could beat Santa Cruz. I don't believe that. But regardless, style make fights, and I believe that it's a possibility that Ryan Garcia could beat Tank. I believe the percentage might be 40%. I'll give Tank 60%, but it can still go the other way. You don't know. I mean, you could bet and say no this, and the whole time it might not be his night. So I can't put my finger on it. And I'm not saying I'm going for Tank. I'm just going by like the brother. I don't know his name. The one over here, he was talking about the resume of Tank and the resume of Ryan. But we look at the resume, shows that Tank Davis fought better opponents than Ryan. But that still don't mean nothing at the end of the day, because he can still not beat somebody tonight and somebody can lose. So so it's different ways. I mean, you can't win. That's just what it is.
Salute to everybody in the chat. I see you acknowledging the chat and acknowledging me. Salute to everybody in the chat. Salute to Dawn Jenkins. She's another woman. We have to acknowledge the women now. I got to give the boxing source, man. He's just sitting there. He's been being so patient. Boxing source, man. You hear how these guys talking about Tank against Ryan. You hear how it can go either way, but at the same time, somebody got to lose. Boxing source. Somebody's got to lose. What you got to say on this boxing source? They getting it in right now, man.
Yeah, well, I mean, my thing is I've been leaning 80%, 20% Tank. Ryan Garcia, I mean, I understand this whole thing about him being with, like I say, 2023 International Boxing Hall of Fame trainer Joe Goosen. But my thing is, over the 2 fights that he's had with Joe Goosen, I haven't really seen the progress that makes me say, okay, he is ready for someone like a Tank Davis. Like, he's someone that could, put his dimensions all together, his height, his reach, and his speed to, give Tank Davis enough problems to where it's like going to be really troublesome for Tank Davis to make an adjustment in the ring and get to Ryan Garcia. So, for me, when I think about this fight, it's almost like, Tank Davis fighting Leo Santa Cruz again, a guy with length, a guy with reach, a guy that has very active hands. But if you don't have something that, could make Tank respect you, he's going to walk through that and then get to you. Either that or he's going to set a trap for you. And in his past few fights, Tank Davis has set traps for his opponents to where he kind of gets them with something that they don't expect that's coming, So that's the thing that he's going to be doing here in this fight against Ryan Garcia. He's going to, have Ryan Garcia to a level of, where he's going to be comfortable in the ring, but to a point where he's going to set him up to where he's going to leave himself open, and then he's going to get caught with a counter that's really going to damage him. And that's what I see in this fight coming April 22nd.
Hey, real quick. So, on the subject of Mario Barrios, right? Well, first let me say this. I try to stay away from the if discussions, right? Because that can really, chase us down a rabbit hole. What we can do is we can talk about what we do know. And so, on the subject of Mario Barrios, sure, he gave Tank some troubles, height, length, reach. But we also saw Mario Barrios, he fought Keith Thurman, and I mean, we kind of saw how that fight went, right? So he gave Keith a little bit of trouble. So Mario Barrios is not a bum, is where I'm going. But he's never fought Ryan. So what he would do if he fought, we don't know, because they've never fought. But I just, again, looking at Ryan and looking at Tank. So Ryan's, his last 3 fights was what? Javier Fortuna, right?
Tuna.
Then what's the guy from Ghana? Tico.
Emmanuel
and
Tico.
then Luke Campbell.
Yep.
And so you look at Tank's last 3 fights, right? Hector. You got was it Ramiro Rowley before then? And then who was it before then? I think Mario Barrios. And so when you look at those 2-3 fights,
No, it was Isak Cruz. Isak Cruz.
Okay, that's right. And so, well, and who happens to be the smallest professional fighter, probably that Tank with that Tank gone against. But when I talk about the resume, of those type of fighters, one for one, it's just the match isn't there, right? And so that's why it's not that I don't like Ryan. I think Ryan is talented. I just don't think he has the track record and the experience that's needed and necessary to beat a Tank.
I ain't gonna lie, man. I love to hear you talk, brother. You got a calm voice. You make what you sound real. But I'm telling you, come April 22nd, Ryan's gonna stop Tank, and I want you to make sure that you don't hide. Please don't leave the internet, man. I don't want you to hide. Marty, save his name. Save his name. Do not hide.
Hey, BVO. Hold on, Crown. I got you. Hey, BVO. Here's a guy. You can see his comment on the screen. Crown Jewel Boxing TV. He actually trains fighters, and he says Tank is going to destroy Ryan. I know you said that he's going to get knocked out. Let's hear what Crown Jewel Boxing got to say, because I know you said that Ryan's going to destroy Tank, but he's saying Tank's going to destroy Ryan. Thanks for coming up on the show, Crown Jewel Boxing TV.
What's good, Manager Marty? How's everybody on the panel doing?
What's going on, bro?
Coolin'. Well, I'm not sure what my man's name is. I came on mid-conversation, but he was talking about how Tank has been fed a steady diet of flat-footed Mexicans and, basically, discrediting Tank. First thing I'm going to ask is, what is Ryan but a flat-footed Mexican? All of Ryan's shortcomings fall right into Tank's strengths, which is why Tank is going to knock him out. He's flat-footed. His jab is okay, but he tends to drop it. He keeps his chin in the air. He has a weak chin. He has suspect defense, and he's a sucker for an overhand left. That's Tank's best punch. Everything in this fight is set up for Ryan to be steamrolled, and they knew it going in, which is why he was picked. Close. He's not going to have moments. None of that. You're going to see a heart dog. Right.
Crown Jewel, your audio is your audio is lacking, Crown Jewel. We can't hear you properly. Can you hear us?
I can hear you great. You can't hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you perfectly now. Can you repeat yourself so we all can hear you again, brother?
Oh, I was just talking about and spoke of Tank being fed a flat-footed Mexican. I would say Ryan Garcia, but a flat-footed Mexican. He has slow feet. He keeps his chin up in the air. He does not take a good shot, and he's a sucker for a left hand. All of which plays into the hands of Gervonta Tank Davis. He's tailor-made for Tank. I think Tank anybody that doesn't have enough to keep him off of him is in for a rough night. Like you said, I heard y'all bring up Mario Barrios or even Rolly. The only thing that made those fights, they weren't interesting fights. The only thing that made them last is that both of them were a lot bigger than Tank and they could punch a little bit.
Yeah.
So he had to box him down a little bit until he could set him up. But nevertheless, as soon as he felt him weaken, he got him out of there. And like you said, Mario Barrios gave Keith Thurman all he could handle. And Thurman didn't stop him. He actually hurt Thurman. So I think people are underestimating how strong. We give him credit for his power, but just how strong he is. He actually knocks out big guys. And he can box his ass off. His ring IQ is really up there. When he talks about level of competition, please tell me a good fighter that Ryan fought that wasn't past his prime. Luke Campbell was past his prime, can't fight, and damn near got him out of there. Javier Fortuna, we all know, was on a downward slope, and he made him sit for a year before he fought him. Who has Ryan beat? Like, except for Tank, hasn't seen anybody like Ryan. Who is that? What has Ryan done for him to have that level of praise? The guy has no lateral movement. His jab is okay, and he has a left hook. A guy with one punch is not going to beat a Gervonta Tank Davis. That'd be crazy.
Yeah, that's what Tank was talking about in that second press conference. It's like, all you got is a left hook.
That's all.
Crown Jewel, can I ask you a question? Crown Jewel, let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Crown Jewel.
Yes, sir.
So you a trainer, and you know, when have you ever seen a Mexican with good feet?
Well, I don't know. Julio Cesar Chavez had great feet. Oscar De La Hoya had great feet. There were several Mexicans with great feet. They don't usually use lateral movement, but they have great feet. Ryan had slow, stuck in the mud feet. And I don't care who you are. If you fight Gervonta Tank Davis, you're going to need quick feet because you're going to have to be able to retreat at some point because the bomb's coming.
What I'm saying is this: they don't have good lateral movement or movement because they look at movement as running. So in the Mexican school of boxing, go ahead. I could barely understand your audio.
Yeah, it's still cutting in and out.
The brother,
I said not only does he not have lateral movement, he has slow feet. There are several Mexican fighters that don't have slow feet.
What I'm saying is everything that you're saying it makes sense. It makes sense, right? You're saying who had the better competition, but think about this: when you get hit, right, and you're a knockout artist, right, and you go down for the first time, that's when we find out what kind of fighter you are. You can honestly say,
who said you don't go down?
This is what I'm saying. You can say that when Buster Douglas put Mike Tyson down, he never was the same again. Never again was he the same. We seen Ryan get put on the canvas, get up and stop a guy. That is a huge thing.
A guy with zero punching power. He got put on the canvas by a guy who's not known as a puncher. We keep giving him credit for getting up after getting knocked down. But last I heard, it is a bad thing to get knocked down. We act like it's an accomplishment to get knocked down. A guy who's not known as a puncher put him on his back. That's not nothing to brag about.
It's part of the sport. What I'm saying is that getting knocked down, just like losing, is a part of the sport. But what I'm saying is this: you got Hall of Fame. Let's start it off there. We got Hall of Fame trainer Joe Goosen, who's been known to improve his fighters. When he get in there with Tank, and he comes with that jab. But listen what I'm saying. I heard you out. Now he come in and he keep Tank on his back foot with his jab and come forward on Tank. What is Tank going to do? We've never seen Tank foul on the back foot ever in life, and that's when
That's
Tank is
not
going to
true.
get stopped. That's when Tank is going to get. I'm not. I don't want to discredit Tank at all. I just think this is a bad matchup for him.
He
I
didn't
think he's
fight
still
on his
going to be a
back
great
foot against.
fighter.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you finish. But you said
No,
something
what I'm
that was
saying is,
wrong.
no, what I'm saying is, so when he get on his back foot and he's bringing a fight to Tank, I'm telling you, that's when Tank's going to get stopped right there. When Ryan is bringing the fight right to him, because
Okay,
nobody
before
ever
you go
wants to
too
do
far
that.
past that, can I
Go
respond to
ahead.
that?
Go ahead.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so he didn't fight Rolly Romero and Pitbull Cruz on his back foot,
He did. And he knocked Rolly out on off
and
his
you
back
just
foot.
said he never fought anybody or nobody ever put him on his back foot. It's just not true.
Mm-hmm.
Even
I
against
take that
Hector
back. You're right.
Garcia,
He did have him on
he
his back
lost
foot.
for a
My
short
mistake.
period of time against Hector Garcia as well. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't. Tank has shown every style of offensive boxing. He can knock you out going backwards. He can knock you
Mm-hmm.
out going forwards. He can clip you early. He can clip you late. Like, I don't understand he's done. He's shown everything. The only one that's only shown one layer is Ryan.
I get what you're saying, man, but I'm just telling you, he going with the talent that he has. All he needs is that trainer to keep. Because really, getting with people don't admit it, getting with Eddie Reynoso kind of brought Ryan back. Because I think Eddie Reynoso is not a good trainer. You can look at Canelo and see Canelo has not gotten better since the Floyd fight. So what I'm saying is, this
I
time
think he
he
got a
got
whole
with
lot
it.
better after the Floyd fight.
What I'm saying when I say some of the same things that Floyd did, Bivol did to him. The exact same things. The exact
Well,
same things
because
that Floyd did. Go ahead.
I would like to address that too. You know
Go ahead.
why? Because like Ryan Garcia, Canelo has slow feet. And everybody that has athletic legs and ability to move gives Canelo problems, which is why you haven't seen a Canelo Charlo fight, which is why he struggled against what's my guy, the mover that he
Kevin.
fought that got robbed.
Oh,
Uh,
you mean
Damn,
You talking about Lara?
not Trout?
Lara.
Lara. That's why
Lara.
he struggled against Lara. Canelo has slow feet, like Ryan Garcia has slow feet. When you have athletic fighters, they're always going to beat those type of fighters. An athletic fighter that has a little bit of staying power and enough pop to keep them at bay, they're always going to beat them. They're not going to go and fight the bigger guys because that is,
Yeah, I'm cutting in and out again.
Yeah, man, I think your phone's messed up or something.
While he's going in and out, that gives me an opportunity to get these two super chats. Thank you, Matthew Thomas, for your contribution to the channel. Mr. Marty, how we doing? Shout out to the chat. That's what Matthew Thomas said. And then also we have Pound for Pound Sports Entertainment. He says, keep cooking. Everybody hit the like button. We got Crown Jewel Boxing here. DC Giroy, we got D-Town Boxing, we got BBO and the Boxing Source all here on the panel talking about the Gervonta Tank Davis versus a Ryan Garcia fight and about the A side and the rematch. Now is about who's going to actually win. And so, excuse me. So D-Town, I see you shaking your head, brother. Why are you shaking your head, D-Town? Talk to us, man.
I think we judge Ryan Garcia off the a level opponents that he fought. I mean, it's the same way as like, you know, me personally, I know a lot of people like talking about it, but that's like trying to say that Terence Crawford is a top pound for pound fighter for fighting, you know, a lower level competition. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I think that Tank fought the better competition, and I could, you know, and like I say, this is our opinion. It's our opinion. There's nothing wrong with that. But when it all boils down to it, I just see that, you know, my opinion is that Tank Davis will win. Now, like I say, anything can happen. Ryan Garcia might beat Tank. So if he beat, I'm gonna give him his credit. And you know, I don't hate against Ryan Garcia or Tank. You know what I'm saying? I look at them both, you know what I'm saying? Not saying for skill wise, but looking at both fighters, I look at them both the same. It's not like I pull for one more than the other because Tank is what Floyd Money Mayweather or was or what. It's not like that. So I'm just looking at it as a neutral stand. But what I seen from Tank and what I seen from Ryan, I would give the edge to Tank. But I don't see that. I think we judging Ryan Garcia off the opponents that he faced, and it's not like he was up against some super elite fighter. He showed us something, you know what I'm saying? And he might can. But when you start checking off the list, Ryan Garcia have less checks on the list than Tank Davis.
Hey, D-Town. I mean, just to that point, right? Leo Santa Cruz he's a future Hall of Famer, right? We can't even. So why do I bring that up? Sometimes when we having discussions, and not even just boxing, just in general, people will say, in my opinion, and some things are opinionated and some things are just reality or factual, right? And so we have to be at least mindful of what's opinion and what can be proved or backed or substantiated. I just wanted to say that because it's not an opinion to say that Tank has a better resume. All right, we can argue that and we can support that.
Mm-hmm.
For I think BBO, on the topic of it's part of the game or it's part of boxing, to get hit and go down. That is very true. However, it's also true that people have made it I guess a pillar, if you would, not to go down, right? So that's why when you hear about boxers and one of the things when they're fighting, you'll hear oftentimes commentated, hey, he's never been down on the campus before. And boxers take pride in that because there's a reason why that's the case, right? You have durability, you have a strong chin, you can box. There's a reason why you hit the canvas, right? And so the fact that Tank has never hit the canvas means that there's a reason for that, whereas Ryan Garcia has. And then last, like D-Town, I'm a boxing fan, right? I don't have any fighters that I say, oh, that's my guy, right? I would like to see good boxing, clean boxing. And so all biases aside, for me, it doesn't mean that I don't like Ryan or I have something against him or don't want to give him credit. I'm just using the information that I have in front of me right now to come up with the decision as to who I think is going to win. That's really where my stance is.
I get what you're saying. I'll be honest. My favorite boxer right now is Deontay Wilder. So I almost don't even speak about him at all on my channel. I told Marty the same thing. I don't speak about him at all because I know how biased I am about Deontay Wilder. But what I'm saying is this. If you look, you can never judge a book by its cover because who knew Roberto Duran would go up and beat Sugar Ray Leonard? Nothing told you that he could do that, but he did it. What I'm saying is you cannot look at the skill of a Ryan Garcia and say, with a Hall of Fame trainer as well, that this is not a perfect storm for him to stop Tank. And Tank looks scared to death, and man put a rehydration clause on it. We got to be honest about what's going on.
Don't do that.
We got
Don't do that.
come on, man.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Can I talk?
Don't do that.
Can I
Hey,
address
hold on. Before you do, I want you to know he's scared to death of Ryan. That's why he put that rehydration clause on him. That's why he did it. You laughing because you know it's true. He didn't do it to Mario Barrios, but he did it to King Ryan. And make sure you say King Ryan Garcia before you say Ryan. Just make sure you say that. I mean, you keep saying Gervonta Tank Davis. Make sure you say King Ryan Garcia. Make sure you say that.
You got to beat somebody to be the king. You got to beat somebody. He ain't beat nobody. We can't call him king yet. That's self-claim.
Thank you.
He just beat a gold medalist. He just came up. This is the thing. The Floyd Mayweather effect is really killing boxing.
Hey, look.
Everybody cannot be perfect. And like Roy Jones has said before, there's a reason why Floyd didn't fight Winky Wright at 154. Because you can create this. That's what I mean. What I'm saying is
he only fought one fight at 154. He wasn't a 154 pounder. Like, what are you talking about?
He fought two. What are you talking about? He was champion at 154.
And as soon as he won the fight, he vacated the title. He went up for that one fight.
That's what I'm telling you. Him and Winky Wright had a signed contract, and for some reason, Floyd disappeared from that fight. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying, man. We cannot change the rules for those that like it. The man said it best. It's cool when they do it. It's wrong when I do it. That's what I'm saying. You're not being fair, bro. And I can't wait. I can't wait to see both y'all brothers. I want to see both y'all's faces, man. When King Ryan
Wait, so
stops Tank.
where's the unfair part? And I'll own that. If I'm being unfair, I'll own that.
To
What I'm
quote
saying is,
Green, you want to crown them,
what?
crown their ass. Okay.
But so let's clear that part up though, because what I don't want to ever be is unfair. If you tell me where this is DC Jeroy, where am I being unfair? And I'll take ownership of it, or at least clear it up. So if there's any confusion.
Well, you know, like I know, it doesn't matter who you fought. It matters, are you ready for that particular fight, and will your style be victorious? I'm telling you, we seen our lead lose to a guy that had like 6. I think he had 5 fights.
He's all over the place.
But what I'm giving you an example of, anybody can lose any given day. This is boxing.
For sure.
Anybody can lose.
For sure.
And I take nothing away from a guy, because really, to me, boxing is really terrible. Now you got all these great fighters with zeros on their record. It's because they're not testing themselves. They're not seeing who's the best.
Not everybody.
See who the best. Go ahead.
Not everybody.
My
Can I
man
please
Ryan
address something he
Garcia.
said?
My man Ryan Garcia said, "I want the fight. Don't run from me. You a coward. Give me the fight." And he got
So
the
wait,
fight.
so
let's
why
celebrate that.
Ryan Garcia didn't fight
Can I please
Devin
address
Haney?
what he said before we go too far?
No, go ahead. Let him address it. Go ahead.
You said something
I-
about Mario Barrios not having a rehydration clause. I think you fail to remember that Tank moved up to 140 and challenged Mario Barrios for his world title. So how would he give Mario Barrios a rehydration clause when he was the challenger and Barrios was the champion? Two totally different
Is he
animals.
the ace?
That's number one.
He was the A side. No
Number two,
matter where Tank
it
went,
don't
he's on
matter.
the
You
A side.
fight. It don't matter. You're fighting for a world title. They dictate what you weigh. It's a world title fight. He was fighting for the WBC. They're fighting at 140 pounds. And obviously, he wasn't worried about Mario Barrios ballooning up after the fight. Now, what we should be asking when we talk about hydration clauses, if Ryan really can't make 135, then why is he trying to fight a 135 pounder? Why is he not fighting at 140? Ryan is the one that asked for the catch weight because he wants to fight a lightweight. If he is what you say he is, why are we talking about him fighting Regis Prograis or Josh Taylor or 140 pound fighters? We're not. We're talking about him trying to fight a smaller guy, trying to get an advantage and crying when the smaller guy is the A side and refuses to give him the advantage. You guys need to be real about who your guy is, because you're just being a fan and not looking at it objectively. If he was too big for lightweights, why is he calling out a lightweight?
I'm gonna answer you on that one. I'm gonna answer you that. You my brother and I love you, so I'm gonna answer that for you. The fact is this: it doesn't matter. Like I said, I'm not even a big Ryan Garcia fan. I'm just thinking this is a bad fight because I'm saying he's gonna win.
Yeah.
No, you said call him King Ryan. You spewing all this venom.
Yeah.
That's a joke, man. This is YouTube. This is satire. That's what you do. You just having fun. I'm having fun with you by saying that. I don't necessarily mean that. I'm having some fun, man. Put a smile on your face. This is fun for me. I love this.
Let us know. I can't see your face. I can't see your face.
Hey, I'm about to put my face on because I'm just having fun with it. But this is the thing. I just can't wait to see the fight. No matter what happens, I think Ryan's gonna stop. That's my opinion. We won't know until April 22nd. All I want is win. And when he wins, I want to have you say it live on the channel, man, that I was wrong. That's all I ask for. We can.
Hope you hear. And once you know what Crowns Boxing was, it's tailor-made for Tank. And his natural flaws. And I heard you talk about Joe Bootson too. Here's the thing. When things get hot, you can have people teach you stuff, but this deep in his career, people have habits. And when things get hot, he's going to go back to what he knows. Whatever Joe Bootson has him doing or try to have him doing, that's going to work for a little while until he gets under stress and under duress. Then he's going to go back to what he knows. And what he knows is that chin up in the air and that left hand low. And that right hand low. And Tank is going to come over the top in the night, and we'll be talking about Tank against Shakur or Tank against Devin. That's just how it's going to go.
So you gonna come back and apologize or come back and say anything when Ryan Garcia lose? Because we not saying that Ryan Garcia can't win. We not saying that. But it looks like that's you saying that Tank Davis can't win. So only person that's actually been one-sided is you, because I said that I give Ryan Garcia 40% and give Tank 60. So only person that seemed biased to me is you.
It's a 50-50 fight. That's all I'm saying. It's a 50-50 fight. I can't wait to see the fight.
Okay,
this is what I'm saying. No, this is a 50-50 fight. So I understand what you're saying, D-Town. I get it. And just like my man was saying before, I get what y'all saying, but I've seen guys come out of nowhere. We all have. And stop these great guys. And I just think Ryan got the right recipe for Tank. I'm not saying nobody else can. Only person I think can either compete with Tank other than Ryan is Sugar Shakur. So it's not, I think he'll really hurt Devin Haney. That's just me. I think if you talk about the other guys around him, there's nobody that can really challenge Tank other than a Ryan Garcia or Sugar Shakur. That's just the only person that can do it. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, so brother
I just want to
BBO,
know
what you're talking about is, the Muhammad Ali's and all those. You're talking about exceptional special nights. No one is denouncing, at least I'm not, because I've said earlier, Ryan Garcia has the tools. And so if he's able to put it all together that night, then we have an exceptional night. All I'm saying is so I'm always going back. I'm a numbers guy. So I'm always going back to what we can use as proof, right? So Vegas, Tank is the underdog for a reason, right? Not because someone feels good about Tank or what have you. There's reasons why he's the underdog. And so there's reasons why I'm saying that Tank has a better chance at beating Ryan. Now, if Ryan put it all together that evening for that night, say it again.
I said he's the favorite, not the underdog, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yes, my apologies. Yes. And so if there's a reason for that. And so if we're using that information to say, here's why Tank has a better chance or the strongest chance of winning, that's just what it is. Like, I'm sure you like Deontay Wilder. I don't know if it's because you're just a fan or if you also look at his style, his technique, his strengths, his weaknesses against who he's fighting against. And then you determine, okay, I feel confident that he can beat this person. That doesn't mean that he's definitely going to do it, but you come to the conclusion that, all right, I think he has enough tools. That's how everything is predicted. And so that's what we're doing here. So I can get you saying Ryan has these tools and breaking those things down to say, here's how and why he beats Tank. And I'd like to hear those. The trainer, what is the trainer going to do to help improve Ryan's chances of beating Tank, right? That's what I'm interested in hearing. And so then, because maybe I could say, oh, you know what? I didn't think about that. You're right. Maybe, or Ryan does show this. Maybe I can start to change my mind as to what I think. But from everything that I've seen and watching from Tank and watching from Ryan, tool-wise and skill-wise, it's not there. So maybe you can help persuade me with something that you've seen other than just,
I got you. I got one for you, but I'm gonna tell you why I like Deontay Wilder. See, back in the day, Mark Breland was my dad's man. I don't know if I remember how good Mark Breland used to be back in the day. So when I seen Mark Breland coaching me, naturally Deontay became my favorite fighter. I'm like, wow, he got the great Mark. Because my dad talked Mark Breland up so big when I was a kid. But back to what we saying. What I'm saying with Ryan is this: if Ryan comes in with a stiff jab and he can slow down the pace of the fight, almost like a B-Hop did, slow the pace of the fight down, walk Tank down, cut the ring off, and bring the pressure to Tank, I believe that'd be the recipe for him stopping Tank, is by him slowing the pace of the fight down. And because what happens with Tank is so patient, he controls the fight with his patience. So what I'm saying is you gotta counteract that by slowing the fight down. Don't let Tank, because what Tank like to do, he starts real slow and Ryan starts real fast. What I want to see Ryan do is come in there don't come in so hot, come in with that jab, keep resetting Tank, keeping Tank on the back of the end of that jab. And as you know, Tank want to close the show. He's a showman. So when he come in to close the show out, guess what? Bam, left hand right to the head, bam, left hand to the body, bam, right hand to the head. I'm telling you, it's just a couple different punches, I believe, that'll connect with Tank when he coming in, because Tank is gonna come close the show. That's why I believe Tank is gonna lose. If you can slow that pace of that fight down and do not let Tank ring general shit overtake the fight by Tank controlling the pace of the fight. That's what I believe will help Ryan get
I
into the
have
fight.
a
That's just my opinion.
So you,
Go ahead.
so hold on. Can I please say one thing? So
Go ahead.
you believe the way to beat
Mhm.
a patient fighter is to slow the fight down? A
That's what
patient
I believe.
fighter, you're saying Tank slows the fight down. So how do you slow the fight down against a guy who is beating everybody by being patient and slowing the fight down?
What I'm saying is
And,
with Tank.
and one more question before you answer.
What I'm saying
And
is this
then
with Tank.
tell me, where's your example of Ryan ever doing what you say he needs to do
That's what I was
in a
going
fight?
to ask. That's what I was going
Where
to
has he
ask.
ever done that before?
That's what I was
What
going to
evidence
ask.
did you have that he's capable of doing that?
He gonna
I
fight
seen
for it.
Ryan. Oh, here you go. Hey, here you go. You got to watch the Detroit boys, man. They'll get you, man. Watch it, man. Let me check my wallet while I'm talking. But let me tell you this.
I'm
Let me
from
tell you this.
Jersey.
So I really got to watch my wallet with you.
Oh wow.
Hold on. Where's my wallet at? Where my wallet at? Y'all
Oh.
Jersey boy. Where my wallet at? But all jokes aside, this is what I see. I see that Ryan is in there in the if I don't know if y'all noticed, he's been training with Sugar Ray Leonard. So Sugar Ray Leonard been showing him some things. And you can't tell me the kind of knowledge Sugar Ray Leonard has won't help get Ryan. Ryan's been in there with some really great minds. Say what you want about Oscar De La Hoya, lipstick and lace. He's got one of the best boxing minds you ever seen. And these are the type of people that are surrounded with him. So you can't tell me that Ryan won't be able to do it because I didn't know Ryan could get up off the canvas and stop Luke Campbell until he did it. It's just that simple. We won't know until it happens. So I can't give you
You
an
said
example until we see it. Go ahead.
you said Oscar has one of the
Hmm.
best boxing minds ever. That's
I
what you
think
said.
so. I
Then
think
why didn't
so.
his
You don't think
boxing
so?
mind? Hold on, let me. Then why didn't his boxing mind help any of the 20 fighters in his stable that he fed to Floyd and all got beat? He had a whole stable of fighters that his boxing mind should have helped him against Floyd, right? One of
Floyd
the
special,
greatest
man. Come
boxing
on.
minds ever. Floyd went through his whole
Floyd
stable.
Floyd is a better version of Pernell Whitaker, man. And you really can't. That kid is amazing, man. Floyd really, to me, is just an amazing fighter, man. When he was
He
at his
is.
proper weight class, he was knocking everybody out. And he was fighting guys 20 and 30 pounds bigger than him and still winning. So we can't compare everybody to Floyd. That's what I'm saying. The Floyd Mayweather effect is killing boxing, man. Everybody can't be Muhammad
I
Ali,
just
bro. That
think
don't mean they're not great. It's just that
no, no, no,
simple,
no.
man.
I didn't say. I just think
This the
Oscar's
this the that's the
overrated. He has a lot of losses. And shout out
Oscar's
to my man
overrated.
Ivan Mighty Robinson, who beat him twice in the amateurs and got robbed.
Oscar De La Hoya is overrated.
He's overrated.
The guy that beat Sweet Pea to death.
Yeah,
He, what fight did you watch?
No,
What
coach,
What are
fight
we
did you
talking
watch?
about?
Sweet
That
Pea
was,
coach,
got
that was
coach,
robbed.
come on now.
controversial. That was
You ain't have
controversial.
to
They
Sweet
gave it
Pea
to the
got. Come
Golden
on now,
Boy.
don't do
Sweet
that.
Pea got
Come on
robbed.
now. Yeah, Sweet Pea
They
got
gave
This
it to the
guy's
robbed.
speaking
Golden Boy.
blasphemous.
Oh,
He was
bro,
speaking
money, man. Don't
blasphemous,
let
bro.
these guys talk about De La Hoya that also beat Cedar Chavez. Do we got to keep
He
naming all the
beat
guys that
Chavez
Oscar?
when he was past his prime. He beat a
He was
shot Warren
33 when he beat him.
Chavez. Huh?
Chavez was 33 when he beat him. Chavez
He
was
was
33 when he
past his
beat him.
prime. I don't care what age he was done.
Everybody, that's how you do, man. I gotta watch you, man. Y'all Jersey, I should have knew y'all Jersey boys would come here with some foolish, man. Because you animated and funny, man. I get it. But I
Stop.
can't.
Stop.
You got the right thing,
All
Big
right,
Tom.
I have a
My
question.
boy.
Hey,
Go ahead.
BBO, I have a question, BBO, because you said that
Yes,
Tank
sir.
can get walked down by Ryan Garcia, and Ryan Garcia can stop him. Crown Jewel Boxing,
hmm
you are a trainer. How
hmm
unlikely or likely can that happen when Tank is a southpaw? Can you give us some information on how southpaws and orthodox match up in the ring, or how it could be a threat to an orthodox fighter like a Ryan Garcia?
Well, if Ryan comes forward, he's going. If he tries to push Tank back, he's going to be coming into a firestorm. If Tank is going to circle to his left, keep his right foot outside Ryan's left foot, which is going to put Ryan in line for Tank's left hand, which is his best punch. Oh, and just the shot that Ryan so happens to be a sucker for. So if I hope he does what you says and tries to walk Tank down, because that means the fight won't go 3 rounds. NyQuil, you're right. NyQuil. If he comes, his best bet is to try to stay on the outside and keep Tank on the end of his jab. If he comes forward, it's suicide. It's suicide. There's no other way to say it.
Barbecue chicken.
Hey, you know, it's funny, man. This is the thing. That's the hard thing about funny guys like you, man. You're a charming guy. You come on here funny. At the end of the day, I can't beat you at that game. I'm just telling you at this. When Ryan get in the ring, he's going to stop this kid. And I don't want you to hide from him. I don't want you to go away. Make sure that you don't go away. Because at the end of the day, we've seen it happen.
I ain't
Like I
going
just
nowhere.
explained it to you. I just explained it to you. There's no way that Ryan's not coming in with that stiff piston-like jab on Tank. Keep resetting him, keeping him back, pushing him back, hitting him, going to the body. This is what you got to see him do.
He's fighting a southpaw. The jabs are going to offset each other. He's
And
going
think
to
about
need
this.
something else.
What
He's
has
going to need
Ryan
a lead
done
right
4
hand
times
and
in
a
a
left
row?
hook against the southpaw. When have you seen him use a lead right hand?
I didn't see Ryan knock out three southpaws in a row. He's been training for this Tank thing. He's been ready for this, man. 3 in a row.
See, I think that's where you're wrong. He hasn't
Mhm.
fought anybody that fits Tank's build. Now, Tank, on the other hand, has fought Mario Barrios, same size as Ryan. He even fought a southpaw, Hector Garcia, same size as Ryan. His last 3 opponents have fit the profile of Ryan. This is what happens when you have management and a team that think 3 or 4 fights ahead. He's been being prepared for Ryan Garcia for 3 fights now. Ryan has never fought a short, menacing, quick-handed power puncher like Tank. If anybody's been prepared for the fight, it's Tank. Ryan fought nobody close to Tank. Nobody with a similar style. Tank has fought 3 different forms of 5'10" fighters that are the same size as Ryan in his last 4 fights. Tank is the one that's been prepared for Ryan. Ryan has not been prepared for Tank.
Say, Oscar De La Hoya, the guy you said that got the wizard mind, they asked him how would he beat Tank. He said he going in there with a bat. So
Take a
you
bat
want
in there.
to see a bat to get in the ring and beat Tank Davis.
See, and you know what?
Bernard
That's the
Hopkins,
Detroit.
Oscar De La Hoya, and Joe Goosen to carry Ryan Garcia out the ring.
You know what's funny? And see what D-Town just did, man? That's why you got to watch in Detroit. But you see what he just did? He made that sound so real when he was clearly joking. You took that totally out of context. He was joking, man.
I'm from
He
Dallas.
was clearly joking. Oh, I thought, okay. I'm thinking Detroit.
Dallas Cowboys.
Yo, you know what this gonna remind Joe Goosen of? This fight's gonna remind Joe Goosen of him being in the corner with Michael Nunn when James Toney clipped him. He couldn't help Michael Nunn that night, could he?
Nope.
Hey,
but you know that Oscar De La Hoya said that he kept Ryan Garcia away from Tank. This is what I heard, because he didn't believe that he was ready. So was that fake? And then he also said, after he said going there with that bat, he said Ryan Garcia need to use that jab, double, triple, counter. So was that fake? So that bat with all that was all real. We just that you can't go in there with a bat.
Did you see the whole interview? That whole little clip when he talked about going in there with a bat? He didn't just come out and say it. He was like stuck. They asked him how. He was like, you got me there. Shit. Go in there with a bat. Like, he was dumbfounded. You can see he don't want this fight.
Like,
I get it, man. I get it. You from Dallas, man. I got a lot of family out there in Oak Cliff, so that's a beautiful place. But I'm gonna tell you this, man, because I see y'all all want to jump on the kid about this whole Ryan thing. I want to ask y'all, man, who's gonna win this David Benavidez versus Plant fight? I think Plant's gonna stop David. Tell me what you guys think.
Before you do that, let me get this. He's been waiting for a little minute. My guy Toon. Let me get his super chat real quick. Toon, thank you for the super chat. He says Oscar Boxing Mind didn't win any of his mega fights.
Yep.
Facts.
Yep.
Facts.
Cat.
I don't mind touching that Plant Benavidez fight.
All right, well, start us off, Crown, and then we'll work our way around the DC Jeroy, D-Town, BBO, Boxing Source. Let's go in that order. Start it off, Crown Jewel. What you got?
All right. Plant has a very slim chance of winning. He'd have to fight Benavidez similar to the way Floyd fought Corrales. That's his key to win. But I don't think he can do it. I don't think he's mentally tough enough. He folded under Canelo's pressure. David Benitez is bigger and brings much more pressure than Canelo. I think, in my opinion, once a quitter, always a quitter. We've seen Plant fold and quit pretty much against Canelo. He went from talking to him and telling Canelo how much he respects him and how good he was during the fight to basically just retreating into submission. And to me, once you show you'll quit when it gets hot, anytime it gets hot, he's gonna quit. So now he's in there with a younger, fresher, stronger, way more active guy in Benavidez who brings pressure. I think 8, 9 rounds, Caleb Plant is going to take a knee. That'll be the fight.
So this fight is tough for me for a couple of reasons, right? One, when I look at the better boxer, that's Caleb Plant, right? I think Caleb is also smarter after that Canelo fight, right? I think he learned a lot from that Canelo fight. I do believe and I do agree with that David Benavidez is a much more physical and aggressive fighter. And so, Manager Marty, you kind of hit the nail on the head earlier when I asked you the same question. Caleb Plant has to keep his distance from David Benavidez and control the fight by boxing, right? Punch, wrap, get out of there. There's no way in the world. I don't like the idea of Caleb staying up in his chest or getting in the phone booth with him. I think that he might be flirting with danger if he does that. And so I think Caleb needs to keep his distance, box him, and regard David's power, bring him towards the back end. Now I do agree Caleb's conditioning has been bad in the past, and so I don't know if that gets fixed. I've been watching a little bit of videos online where he's claimed he's been addressing that conditioning piece. So even though I said earlier I don't like to use the if that is true, then I think he has a greater chance of being victorious. If he doesn't fix that conditioning issue, I don't think it's going to matter. I think David is going to end up clipping him somewhere around about the 8th or 9th round. So that's I know that I'm kind of on the fence. So if I had to give one direction, Caleb Plant, if he's made the necessary adjustments in his conditioning. If he really hasn't, then David Benavidez.
All right, detail, you got it.
I was going to give Caleb Plant the early rounds, but then I know David Benavidez. He has, he can move around. He got them hands. I think Caleb Plant hands are a lot faster than David Benavidez. But when I seen the pressure that Canelo put on Caleb Plant, and he went down to a smaller guy, man, you talking about a bigger guy, who could take a punch. Now, I'm not saying. I mean, you could say that, hey, David Benavidez is flat-footed, but Canelo is too. I mean, Canelo don't move around. I mean, he just come forward. And he's a smaller guy. So, and some people say, well, Caleb Plant just needs to move around and jab. And Floyd Money Mayweather is good at it, and he had problems, you know what I'm saying, with certain fighters. He had to go up against the ropes, pull out the defense. He had to go in his arsenal, pull some stuff. I mean, and some people say that, I mean, it's hard to do that for 12 rounds, especially against David Benavidez, who's going to cut off the ring, who got his high guard up. And me personally, if I had to go one way, I mean, I was giving Plant the early rounds, and I was giving David the later rounds. But I think that just like my brother said a few minutes ago, if Caleb Plant didn't fix those issues, I think David Benavidez is going to win.
All right, BBO, you got it. What you think? You brought the question up. Tell us what you think, brother.
When I see that fight, I see two things. So the Mexican monster gets hit a lot. So anytime you watch the Mexican monster, he's getting hit a lot. So I'm thinking this: if Caleb Plant can do what I seen him do against Darrell and be able to take that early pressure, because you got to remember, when the Mexican monster fought Darrell, he didn't start winning until Darrell got cut. Once Darrell got cut, that's when he went to work. But I'm telling you, Plant is going to shock a lot of people, because I think, again, go back to training. Breadman has made some huge improvements on his game. He actually turning the punches over now. And he's not just doing that pit pat stuff now. So I'm thinking he's going to go in there around the 9th, 10th round and stop David. Because David is showing you that he's not interested in defense at all. He hasn't gotten any better in defense. That's why I thought him fighting Jamal Charlo would be a mistake. because he get hit way too much, and you can't take all them punches from guys who know how to turn their punches over. But that's just my opinion on that
one.
Okay. The boxing source, you got it. What you think, brother?
Now, following up on what he was saying, the thing in reference to David Benavidez is, number one, he does get hit a lot. And number two, and we kind of like talked about this with Ryan Garcia, and y'all brought up the point about Mexican fighters and their feet. Like David Benavidez's feet is about, like cement blocks, it seems like, when he's out there in the ring. So you take that element and then you put it there against Caleb Plant, who moves around the ring very well. I mean, it's different when you're going up against Canelo, who is, not only a very efficient fighter when it comes to offense, but he's a great counterpuncher. Here with David Benavidez, it's more about him kind of like having this high guard, throwing a lot of punches, and just being there set on his feet. Now with Caleb Plant, he's a guy that moves very well. You kind of like seeing that in moments there against Canelo Alvarez, but also, when he was able to win that IBF title, there against Jose Uzcategui, he showed like his level of movement around the ring. And I think that's going to give David Benavidez a lot of problems, number one. And then number two, like last guy was saying, he's turning on his punches. So you're going to see a good number of shots coming from Caleb Plant that's going to surprise David Benavidez and have him stuck right there in his stance. So as long as Caleb Plant, keeps moving, shocks, David Benavidez a few times with the power shots and just stays out of the line from David Benavidez, and he got this fight.
But the main issue, one of my main issues is as far as Caleb Plant having that can go 12 rounds. You know what I'm saying? Keep moving. You know what I'm saying? That's the deal. If he can do that, then he has a possibility to win. But if his stamina and stuff can't hold up for 12 rounds, then that's the issue that I see. You know what I'm saying? As far as him moving around and his skills, I think it's better than David Benavidez. But I think if he can't keep that movement for 12 rounds and stay out of the way, and he starts slowing down, then that's the problem that I see if he did not correct it.
With them pressure Mexican fighters, he's going to have to plant his feet and get some respect at some point. He ain't going to just be able to move all night. He's going to have to plant his feet and get some respect. And if he doesn't, David Benavidez is going to roll over him.
And that's a good point. But like I said, and I know everybody like to sleep on the trainer, but what Breadman is doing is really, really pretty nice, because not only has Caleb Plant always been pretty good at punching and hitting you, but he's really doing his bite. So I'm telling you, with these punches turned over now, he's always been a really good puncher, well played shot. And when he fought, like you said, for the IBF title, nobody expected David to stay in there like he did. And if he's staying there and staying right up to David's going to bed. All we got to figure out is this: what round is David going to bed in? Because it's just that simple. I can't wait to see him go to sleep, man. It's gonna be sweet, man. I'm super excited about this fight because this is gonna give Caleb Plant a chance to show up. Yeah, I just can't wait to see this.
Hey,
go ahead.
Now we got the super chat that came in.
Yeah, I got the super chat, and I got a question, a real hard question. I'm gonna keep it 100. Y'all know how I am at this point. I'm straight up and down, man. I shoot from the hip. I don't play. I ain't fake, man. I call it how it is, and I just keep it real. But so I got a real question for y'all, and I really want to hear y'all take on this. But before I ask the question, salute to Punch Drunk Boxing. He graced us with his presence earlier this evening, and he had to go, but he still found it not robbery to contribute to the channel. So salute to you, Punch Drunk. Thank you for your contribution. He says, smash the like. Marty is a blessing to this community. I salute you and I thank you for that encouragement, Punch Drunk Boxing. I have a question for you all on the chat, and I also have a question for the for everybody on the panel, and I also have a question for anyone watching the replay of this live in the comment section. I've been thinking about this for like 2 weeks straight. I may have said something about this on someone else's panel, but I gotta say this because it's on my mind. It's been on my mind about this fight ever since I started reporting how Memo Heredia, who was a steroid dealer, he was a part of that Baco scandal. I know that Victor Conti kind of changed his life around. And he's doing some good things for the boxers with Snack, but Memo Heredia, he's still around, and David Benavidez hired him for this training camp as the strength and conditioning coach. And I'm looking at Benavidez's body type. All of a sudden now he got a lot of muscle. I ain't accusing. I don't want no lawsuit, but I'm just keeping it 100. Do y'all think that this guy is just suspect to me? But what is your take on the transformation of his body? He's being very aggressive, and he's just predicting a knockout every time you talk. David Benavidez, he always say he gonna knock somebody out, but not every time. It's like he's saying he gonna knock the guy out every time you talk to him. I haven't heard him say he gonna
Every
knock
time.
out nobody this many times. I'm just saying I've been around, man. What y'all guys think, man? Because I don't want to. I don't want to incriminate myself, man. I ain't accusing nobody. It's just suspicious. But I'm gonna let Crown Jewel go first because he's a trainer, and then we can work our way around. Go ahead, Crown. What you take on it, man?
I will say this. I'm not gonna lie and say it didn't cross my mind when I seen him show that 6 pack. It's if we any of us, been watching boxing a really long time, we know it's really odd to see Mexican fighters with a whole lot of muscle definition. So, I mean, I was unaware that he hired the Balco guy, but I did. My antennas did go up when I seen him looking all shredded because we never seen him look like that before. I would hope that it's just his first time with a strength and conditioning coach, and he's took his training to another level for the biggest fight of his life. But I can't, like you said, you can't ignore the stark contrast in the look of his body, which we can say the same about Ryan Garcia. But I'll let somebody else speak on it. But I can say yes, it can be possible because there is a stark contrast in his physique.
Hey BBO, I seen you shaking your head. No, let me tell Crown Jewel this before you comment. Crown Jewel, this is not the first time that David Benavidez had his strength and conditioning coach. He had a strength and conditioning coach back in, I believe, 2014 or 15 when he fought Ronald Gabriel in the second fight.
Uh-huh.
The first fight, the
Okay.
first fight, Gabriel, the first fight, Gabriel did a great job, but in my opinion, they gave it to Benavidez. But anyway, in the second fight in the rematch, all of a sudden, Benavidez had all his power. He walked right through Gabriel and demolished him. And the reason why I said that is because in his corner, he had Alex Ariza in his corner. Now, most of y'all might not
Well,
know
we
who he
know who
is.
Ariza is. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
CC Clown, you know who he is. But let me
Oh
educate the
yeah.
fans that don't. Alex Ariza was in the camp of Manny Pacquiao for many years. And then him and Freddie Roach got into a big dispute, and then Freddie Roach fired Alex Ariza. Here's the part that got suspicious with me and Alex Ariza. This is public record. I pulled it up on this channel weeks ago, and I'll do it again, not tonight, but I'll come back and do it with the evidence when I roll the tape on it. Alex Ariza got hired by Brandon Bam Bam Rios. Brandon Bam Bam Rios hired him when it was time for him to fight Manny Pacquiao. Manny Pacquiao and Freddie Roach, they said, hold on for a minute. We want Brandon Rios to take Olympic style testing. Yeah, we want him to take the test. And guess what happened? Brandon Rios took the test when Alex Ariza was in his corner, and he came up positive for PEDs. So that's what I'm saying about this. Not David Benavidez's first time being around somebody shady and strength and conditioning. You know what I mean? Go ahead,
I
BB.
will
I'm sorry. I just wanted to put
I
that out
will
there.
say real quick. So, Manager Marty, real quick. I had some inside information. I won't incriminate my friend, but I had some inside information when Ariza was with Pacquiao. It was definitely some foul play going on. And if you listen, Pacquiao actually told on himself on a couple occasions. He talked about how he was eating like 5,000 calories a
You
day.
going in and out, Crown.
Well,
Crown.
I'm sorry. I said I had inside information when Pacquiao was with Ariza and in Freddie Roach's camp, and there was most definitely some foul play going on. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, we heard you.
Yeah, yeah. Like,
You
and I
was
won't
breaking.
reveal my source, but I have a really close relationship with one of Freddie Roach's world champions, and I can tell you that when Floyd was asking for that Olympic style testing, when Pacquiao was with him, and Pacquiao was saying he was scared of needles even though he had a tattoo, I got confirmation there was definitely some foul play.
Yeah, that's why ever since Alex Ariza been going, Pacquiao he took the test with Mayweather. He took the test with Mayweather, right?
And he stopped scoring knockouts after that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I got some.
No
Since you brought
more
up Pacquiao,
Raiders.
you opened the door, Crown Jewel, because you brought up Pacquiao. When Pacquiao came to PBC and he fought Broner, Broner said, "You gonna take a test when you fight me." He took the test, and guess what? Pacquiao looked like an old man. Keith Thurman said, "When you
Yep.
fight me, though, well, watch this, Crown." Thurman says, "When you fight me, you don't need no test with me, because I know I can beat you." And guess what? They ain't do no test, and Pacquiao went in there. And you seen we did the third. All I'm saying is, bro. All
You
I'm
right.
saying,
You right.
you see what I'm saying?
You right.
This is boxing. This is boxing. I mean, what both of y'all saying is true, man. But another guy that nobody talks about is Victor Conti, the leader of that Bay Area steroid ring. At the end of the day, I really believe David might be on some type of clenbuterol or some type of weight steroid because I'm 6'5", man. I don't know too many people that big and that at his age that's 168, man. That's kind of that's kind of like college. That's kind of how you are like in high school. I don't care who you are. You talking about somebody that's 6'3", maybe almost 6'4", weighing 168, man. I think he on some type of weight cutter. That's what I think it really. That's what it probably
He
popped. I don't think he on. Say it again.
just shredding down to that. He probably walking around at about 200. Fighters do some interesting things to make weight. Trust me.
Yeah, he's still going to bed, but
I did them myself at one point. So trust me, I didn't ever do nothing illegal, but I did some interesting things to make weight.
Hey,
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 oh yeah.
D, hey, detail, you still there, D? I think you on mute, detail.
Yeah, I'm still here. It's a possibility, you know. I mean, he is. He said he want to knock out Caleb Plant. I mean, he's really mad, man. You know, he's into his feelings. So I mean, he might be doing some stuff behind the scenes. You know, he might be behind 7-Eleven. You know what I'm saying? Like talking to people.
Hey, you wrong, man. You can't say that, man. You wrong. You
Get
wrong.
everything out my car because I'm gonna go work. Take all your
Hey,
Hey,
stuff
you
hey,
out.
was rough, bro. You was
hey,
rough,
hey,
bro.
DC, talk to us, DC. I mean, what's your take on it? I see you shaking your head and everything. What's your take on all this with the steroid suspicion and all this stuff?
Hey,
PED suspicion with Benavidez, man.
look, Manager Marty, um, as a person here that is uh, registered as a media member, I cannot confirm nor deny the stuff that goes on in David Benavidez's camp. So I can't really go any further on this particular topic. In other words, happy the fifth.
I respect it, bro. Hey, listen, I totally respect it. Totally respect it. DC Jeroy, what you got for us, man? What's your take on it?
Yeah, so a couple of things, Marty. All right. So let's look at a couple of things. One, Caleb and David don't like each other, right? That's bad blood that goes back from some time. So I'm always try to look at what's true in the facts. So that's facts, and so I think they both are preparing and taking this fight serious. It's something that they both have alluded to or wanted to get to for some time. And so, because those things are true, I'm thinking and giving the benefit of the doubt that David Benavidez knows that this is his toughest fight ever. And so he's applying himself in a way that he has never done so in the past. Hence, him looking all shredded. I can't overlook, I mean, I saw those videos and I'm like, man, the dude cut up like a bag of dope, right? There's no way in the world for me I can ignore that. But I want to give the benefit of the doubt. I know he's had to drop belts because he's mixed weight and for cocaine, right? So I don't want to put something on him that he's never had on him. But again, we're at the camp, the folks that he has working with him, can't dismiss that. So the last piece, as far as when you were talking about David being so confident in knocking out Caleb and how he's speaking on it, in their press conference, I did see some behavior from Caleb Plant that at the surface looks like there is an intimidation factor there. They've had a couple of run-ins. I don't know if Caleb is just, playing it cool or if he truly is intimidated by David. But the way that Caleb was engaged with Canelo, calling him a B and, all of that, like you don't see any of that from David, right? And so I think David is sensing that and realize or is feeling like, man, this dude is not really made that way. And so as a result of that, man, I'm gonna knock him out. So that's the narrative that I'm going with. Will I be surprised that it comes back out and later on some point that we find out that he was saucing? I can't say that I would be surprised.
You rough, man. You know it looks fishy, man. If it looked like a duck, walk like a duck. It's a duck. Come on, man.
I mean, so I've heard people say that about Earl, right? I mean, and so if Danny, we can have that conversation. Sugar Shane, we can have that conversation. People. What's the other boy overseas? So when you've
Canelo.
been Canelo, I mean, Canelo's a whole nother story, right? I mean, he fights at his own weight classes and everything. I don't even want to get into Canelo, but the point is, if you've been guilty once, then we can no longer say, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt because you've already proven that you're willing to go there. We've never, at least on record, have known David to be dirty. And so for that sake, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt because I know in boxing, that's one of the things that people really throw out there, kind of early, man. Look at him, man. He must be on something. Sometimes it's true, but if that's not your track record, I don't want to put that on you until we know for sure.
You don't change your body
I can
like that,
respect
man.
that.
You don't change your body like that, man.
I can respect that.
Listen,
Not this deep in his career. This is the same David who's always been the fat kid. So all of a sudden now in his career, you say he's never been dirty. Cocaine is dirty, man. You know what I mean? When you on cocaine, that's dirty. I mean,
But
let's
that's
let's
not a
not let's not
performance enhancing drug. Let's
right.
I mean
Yeah,
that's a
but
recreational drug.
but let
that's
me ask you
different.
this.
You out partying with females and he got caught up.
We remember that fight. This is a different sport, but you remember when John Jones was beating Daniel Cormier high as a kite and they busted him for cocaine? When you on that cocaine, man, you're not feeling nothing, man. So to say that it might not be a performance enhancing drug, but it's gonna give you some type of advantage. You're not feeling everything you need to be feeling, man, when you're on that cocaine, man. So let's not
Yeah,
act
but
like
I
he's
mean,
some type of saint. He's not a saint, man. He's not a saint. So if
no,
he would do cocaine,
and
he would
I
he would
agree.
do he would do steroids too.
So cocaine is different than steroids. I'm not, you know what I mean. I'm not gonna put it out there until I know, that's the case. Or at least, but and so I'm 6'3". You say you 6'5". I'm 6'3", right? I go to the gym every day, 7 days a week, and I started that about 17 months ago. It took me 4.5, 5 months, and then I got myself to a place where I was really shredded, really cut up, no performance enhanced drugs. And so if you have the drive and the determination, it's more than possible. It's realistic. Now, I don't know what he's doing, but if this man really is serious about how he feels about Caleb and knowing that this is his biggest fight ever, you want to be mentally prepared. You know what I mean? Some people learn from Adrien Broner talks about, how he learned from his little issues and run-ins. So has Caleb, so has David. And so maybe, it's just a flat out campaign of I'm serious this time. I know what I have in front of me, and I'm not going back. And so I'm gonna work my what all.
I don't know. I have to give him the benefit of the doubt because I haven't seen, I haven't known him to be on any type of enhanced drugs. And I'm not gonna put
So
that
you
on.
6'3", right? You 6'3", right?
Correct.
When the last time you weighed 168?
Boxers are
Well,
different. Boxers are
so
different.
I tell you right now, I'm 186 pounds right now. So
I'm asking you, can you get down to 168?
I can't. There's no incentive for me to do so.
Boxing is different.
Huh? Yeah,
I
and
said
I mean it's not my
boxing weight is
profession.
different.
No, I'm just asking you. I'm asking you
So
because this
I
nigga.
was 165 at 6'3". The last time I was there was 2013, but I was training boxing. I was running 7 miles every
You
day.
said 10 years ago, right?
Correct.
Okay.
But I also
I'm
had
at
an incentive.
so you. That's, I don't know, man. I get what you're saying, but the fact is this, man. You can't go off what your eyes see, man. It looks crazy. The guy who's always been a fat kid is shredded. What do you say? Cut up like a bag of dope. Like when have you ever seen David take that type of care for his body? Never. This ain't Floyd we talking about. This ain't De La Hoya. You know, De La Hoya got the tattooed abs now, but though he got what, the paint on abs. I don't know if y'all seen De La Hoya. I
But
love
there's
De
a
La
lot of
Hoya.
things that we've never seen until the first time, right? We can at least say that. There's a lot of things that you've never seen until the first time you've seen it.
I need, you know what, man? If I ever needed somebody to testify for me, I would get you, man. Because
Say it
you a
again.
politician, bro. If I ever needed somebody to testify for me, I would get you, man. You a absolute politician, dude.
No,
I got.
I'm especially in boxing, man, because again, I'm big on
You see how you said it?
not.
Look how you said that. Look, that's a
I am.
politician. Go ahead.
It is the
I'm
biggest
big
fight
on
of his
not
life.
trying to accuse people of things that I mean, there's a lot of things that look funny, and so again, I'm not going to ignore it, but I'm not going to accuse you either. I'm gonna use my senses and my instincts. Say, man, there's something a little funny about that, but I'm a observe. I'm gonna keep paying attention and take notice. But I mean, that's almost like saying you're guilty. You're accusing a man of doing something and you don't even know. Suppose he isn't doing anything and he really has worked his butt off. Then what do you say?
Well, yeah, and I agree, and so let me reframe. So I'm not accusing David. I'm not accusing Plant. I'm For me, I'm just looking at things from a perspective of observation only. Observation only, and having certain company around you, you know, is a form of saying, "Hey, wait a minute, we got to check this out." I'm not accusing
Mm-hmm.
David. I just know that there are certain principles, and one of those principles I follow is um, bad company corrupts good morals. And so, if you're around a certain type of individual who hasn't shown to be trustworthy in that area, and then this is the second time you've been around a questionable guy in PD use and dealing and administering and etc., it makes it more highly suspicious. Now, let me give some framework for this so that people won't come out of nowhere and say, Manager Marty said. Hold on for a minute. Victor Conti is the one, and I have the screenshot of this from his own Twitter account, and I published this on my channel. He's the one about a month ago who told the boxing world to wake up, his words, not mine. Wake up. Memo Heredia is in the training camp of David Benavidez, and he tagged Memo in it. He tagged David Benavidez in it. He tagged body testing in it, and he tagged Caleb Plant in it as well in that tweet. So it's like he made the implication that be careful because he got that ball over there. And I'm just saying, by him saying that, and then the things that happened later after he said that in about a month, as of even the other day, now we starting to see things that make us question. So I'm just basing it off of observation. I'm not accusing him of PD use. I don't have any evidence of that. Him or Plant, because people were saying things about Plant because he knocked out the rail with one punch knockout power. So people are making assumptions based off of observation. And that's why I brought up Alex Ariza. That's why I brought up Memo, because the company that he's keeping can corrupt good morals. Even if he's not doing anything, the very appearance of evil doesn't look good.
I got you. Hey, Manager Marty,
Yes, yes, sir.
I'm gonna have to roll. I want to thank you for extending your platform to me. Salute to all you gentlemen. It was a great conversation. It's refreshing to be able to come on a feed and not have to talk over people and argue. Like it was very civil. I really enjoyed myself. Everybody gave an informed opinion. Um, when I don't know if you guys have channels. If you do, I'll definitely follow you guys. If you get a chance, stop by Crown Jewel Boxing TV and check me out. I'm a baby on to this. I'm new, but I'll be seeing you guys on Manager Marty's channel.
All right, brother. Good evening,
All
man. Be
right,
Yo,
safe.
man.
all right, yo, peace.
Yeah, Tank going to bed. Peace.
All right,
All right, so
all
listen, I'm going to uh, have those same sentiments that Crown Jewel Boxing just had. Everybody that's on YouTube know that 4.5 hours of a live is way past my bedtime. But I had some great guys come on the panel. The viewership was increasing, the chat was engaging, so I wasn't going to cut you guys off. This was a great, great, great topics that we had, great dialogue, great perspectives, and we did it like grown men and gentlemen. And that's what I love about my panel. We don't talk over each other, disrespect each other. This is what we need around the YouTube boxing community as a whole. You know what I mean? Because we all learn from each other. And to me, when you have a perspective, it's just a perspective. We don't always have to agree on everything. Even when we disagree, we can still shake hands like men because we all still have that one thing in common, and that's boxing. So I'll leave it with you starting off, DC Jeroy, the boxing source, you next, and then I'll end it with you, BBO. Give us your last words, starting with you, DC Jeroy, so we can clock out.
Yeah, I just want to, extend a thanks to you, Manager Marty, your channel, your viewers, and just the dialogue, man. I appreciate everybody, your feedback, your comments, the engagement. It's all, and I'll echo what you said, right? It's always refreshing to be able to sit down, and I hate to make it sound this way, but sit down with grown men, right, who has the capacity to sit down, listen, talk, be heard, and listen, and go back and forth in a very respectful manner. So whenever that energy is going on, I'm always willing and much obliged to be part of it. So I appreciate everybody, man. I appreciate the convo, and appreciate you, Marty. So thanks, everybody. Good evening. Be safe.
Salute, brother. Thanks for coming on, man. The boxing source, it's on you. You're the media guy. Give us your
Yeah,
last words, brother.
yeah, I'm the media guy. So there's, like I said in reference to the last topic, there's, a couple things that I just can't touch, by doing that. So, I just try to, keep things on a level with what I say. But I enjoyed the boxing talk. Of course, there with BBO and the whole thing with Tank versus Ryan. So that was a real good and enjoyable conversation. And shout out to Manager Marty. He's been doing this thing here on YouTube for a good little minute. So y'all support the channel. Y'all hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, you subscribe to that. And just, check me out at the boxing source. Maybe out there, Las Vegas next week for the Benavidez plant fight. So if I make it out there, y'all check me out.
You got it, man. And thank you again for your presence, brother, and your perspective. Appreciate you, man.
For sure. Salute.
BBO.
Hey, man, I appreciate you, man. You like a big brother on this thing, but I tell you what, man, I'm just excited because it goes to show, man, we can respect each other. And unfortunately, man, there's a problem where we'll respect the our counterparts, but we can't respect each other. So it's always refreshing to be able to speak without personal attacks or just all types of silliness, man. So much love to you, man. Keep doing your thing. I hope to be covering some more fights with you, man. You got a great perspective, and I love it, man.
Oh man, I appreciate you, man. I'll be over at the channel. You and I talked before, so I'll definitely be at the channel. I forgot what fight you asked me to come through for, but I'll be over there. Just email me. Oh man, you got my number. Hit me up
Yeah, I got your
and
number. Yep.
remind me what fight that was, bro. And I'll be right over there. And I appreciate your presence and your perspective, man. You made this show more entertaining, brother. And everybody came on and made their perspectives. And man, this is what I love about it, man. The sport of boxing, bro.
Greatest sport in the world, man. Boxing for the win.
Yep. So salute to you, brother. Thanks for your presence. And from me to DC, Crown Jewel, the Boxing Source, D-Town Boxing, Crown Jewel, and my guy BVO Boxing, that was on the panel this evening. We thank them. And we thank you all in the chat engaging, everybody who contributed to the channel. Thank y'all. I appreciate you all. And anyone watching the replay of this live, I just want to say thank you for your viewership. I know that we went over time because we used to just being on between 2 and 2.5 hours. But when you have a bunch of strong brothers, good men, and people that love the sport of boxing in the chat, in the viewership, and on the panel, sometimes we go past, the times that, I always anticipate because I want to make sure I'm respectful of you all's time. So I thank you. Come back again and rejoin us all Tuesday evening. I'll be back here live and in living color on Tuesday evening. And of course, throughout the week, I'll have published content. I thank you all for your time. And y'all know my slogan. Don't take my word for it. Roll the tape.